Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Sherborn's 248th Annual Town Meeting. I'm the Town Moderator, Michael Gimo. It is 7:02 p.m. The Town Clerk has confirmed that we have a quorum of 50 voters here and that the warrant has been properly posted by the Constable. This meeting will now come to order. Many individuals have worked extremely hard over the past year to bring us to this moment. I would particularly like to acknowledge Town Clerk Jackie Morris, Assistant Town Clerk Kelly Clark, Administrative Assistant Tony Abril, Town Administrator Jeremy Marcette, Assistant Town Administrator Diane Moores, Administrative Assistant Jeannie Guthrie, Town Finance Director Deb Seifring, and Dover Sherborn Facilities Director Sean McGee, who has been particularly helpful overseeing the setup of this auditorium for tonight. Thank you all, and thanks to everyone else who has played a role in the preparations for tonight's meeting, and more generally to the many volunteers and town employees whose efforts make Sherborn a great town. We have a few housekeeping details. If you leave the auditorium for any reason, please use the doors at the rear and leave your clicker and ballot with one of the officials at the registration tables where you came in. If you leave and plan to return to the meeting, ask for a pass so that you can reclaim your clicker, voting card, and ballot. Please set cell phones to courtesy mode, and if you must take a call, leave the area, please, through the rear doors as unobtrusively as possible. We always welcome non-voters to the town meetings. If you are a non-voter, you will not receive a clicker or a ballot, but you should have received a name tag to wear at the center table back there. And finally, and most importantly, please keep in mind that everyone speaking and voting tonight is part of our small community and has come here to express their views about what they believe is in the best interests of our town from their perspective. Please treat one another with respect and goodwill. I have a few introductions up here. The motions this evening will be initiated by Advisory Committee Chair Dan Sichel and Committee Vice Chair Mike Winters, seated here on the stage to my near right, along with other members of the Sherborn Advisory Committee, who Dan will introduce later. And to my near right is Town Council Heather White of Petrini and Associates. Seated on the stage to my far right are the members of the Select Board, Chair Eric Johnson, Vice Chair Stephen Tsai, and members Paul Durancis, Marion Nutra, and Jeff Waldron. And Town Administrator Jeremy Marcette is here tonight also. There he is at the table down there. Our Town Clerk, Jackie Morris, is in the front row of the auditorium facing the stage. And we also have a timer here who's going to hold up note cards, and we have someone here from the company that works with the clickers for the voting, and we will address those later. To begin the evening's business, Select Board Chair Eric Johnson and Advisory Chair Dan Sichel both have some brief remarks to share. Mr. Johnson, would you like to begin, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a quick thank you, and thank you for everyone for attending this meeting. Welcome to the process where every citizen in the town gets to contribute to the legislative action of this community. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I see some not so familiar faces, and that's great. I welcome particularly anyone new to town meeting, and make sure you continue to volunteer and volunteer for many of our committees. Speaking of those volunteers, just as Mr. Moderator had indicated, what you see before you, what you see in this booklet, this entire process is from countless hours of volunteers and professional staff, and just on behalf of the Select Board, want to extend a special thank you to those that have made this happen. This is also a forum, and many people disagree. You know, you hug and you have friends before and after you leave, and just please remember that we're all each other's neighbors. And with that, back to Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Sichel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming this evening. As the chair of the advisory committee, I wanted to explain just a little bit about the work that the committee did this year and to acknowledge and thank those that made it happen. I realize that many of you know about the work of the advisory committee, but for those that don't, here's the basic background. All members of the committee are appointed by the town moderator. Our charge is providing information and recommendations on all matters of business within the articles of any town meeting and warrant, including the annual omnibus budget and capital budget. This work spanned over 15 regular evening meetings, plus an all-day public hearing that extended to 2 additional meetings. And at those meetings, we evaluated every budget and capital request from every department in town, including the schools, and all the proposed warrant articles. And could I ask that as people are checking in, try to keep voices down? I think it will be hard for people to hear otherwise. Thanks. So the outcome of that work is the advisory report that was recently mailed out to every household in town. And in addition to the paper copies, online copies available as well. So that report includes an overview of the town budget, background on the proposed budget for fiscal year 26, committee's recommendations on every article, an estimate of how each capital item, if approved, would affect average property tax bill, and some budget rules of thumb. If you haven't had a chance to read all of that, as a former college professor, I know everyone always reads their homework before coming to class. But if you haven't had a chance to read all of it and you want to know more about town finances and the budget situation, there's a lot of very good material there. So committee members did not always agree on the recommendations that you see in the report, as you can tell from what's indicated there. Though we had many collegial and thoughtful discussions during our meetings, learned a lot from each other. And accordingly, while you may not agree with the committee's recommendations, and that's all part of the process, do know that those recommendations emerged from careful and thoughtful deliberations. So I want to acknowledge and thank the members of the committee who did all of that work this past year and are on the stage tonight, including Stephen Bonder, Laura Howenstein, Doug Kingsley, Paul Pilat, Nora Lynch-Smith, Shelley Suber, Mike Winters, and Penn Young. Thank you for all your terrific work this year. I would also like to just, I won't repeat all the names, but just thank all the folks that Mike Giamo, the moderator, thanked. They did a huge amount of work to make advisories work possible and to make tonight's town meeting possible. And just a special shout out to Jeremy Marcette, our town administrator, for his excellent work that facilitated the budget process and supported advisories work. Thank you. And back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Sichel. Now I will briefly review the parliamentary procedures we'll follow during this meeting in order to conduct the evening's business in a fair, orderly, and predictable manner so that all various views will be heard and the meeting will move along without unnecessary delays. The agenda for this meeting is in the warrant. Which was prepared by the Select Board, and it's contained in the Advisory Committee report that Mr. Sichel just described to you. For each item on the warrant, the Advisory Committee will initiate the item by making and seconding a motion. Debate will follow, and then a vote. For some articles, there will be a 5-minute presentation by the proponent of the article who's previously filed the presentation request. Presenters will use the microphone here in the front on the right side of the auditorium from your viewpoint, the one with the bandstand in front of it. After any presentation in the motion, I will open the floor to voters who want to speak to the motion that's currently on the floor. To speak on a motion, the moderator must recognize you. To be recognized, please step to either of the microphones here below the stage, one here or one at the rear of the auditorium. Those wanting to speak in favor of a motion should use the front microphone on this side, and those wanting to speak against the motion should use the front microphone on the other side in the front. We only have one microphone in the back. That will be, if that will be more convenient for some of you to use, regardless of whether you are speaking for or against an item. For anyone who's not able to get to a microphone, please raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. When I recognize you as the next speaker, please state your name and address and immediately begin your comment or question. Please do not approach the mic until there are only 2 other people in line ahead of you, so we don't have long lines that block people from seeing what's going on. Comments must be relevant to the motion at hand. There is a 2-minute limit on each comment, but in the interest of completing our business by the end of the night tonight, if at all possible, please keep them as brief as possible. Please comment only if you have new information to add to what has already been said. You may speak a second time once everyone has had the opportunity to speak once, but again, please speak only if you have new information that moves the debate forward. We have a timekeeper here in the front who will signal with a red card that the speaker is within 10 seconds of the time limit, and I will ask all speakers to be aware of that red card. And when you see it, please finish up what you were saying. I intend to be fair but firm in enforcing the time limits. Please be gracious and considerate of your neighbors by winding up before I would need to intervene. All alternative motions and amendments to motions must be submitted in writing to the town clerk. Forms for this purpose are available from Megan Burns. Megan, will you raise your hand so people know where you are? Okay, there she is. No more than 2 amendments can be on the floor at any one time. A vote is first taken on any amendment to a motion and then on the main motion itself. If more than one amendment is on the floor and the amendments include units or lengths of time, the largest number of units and the longest lengths of time will be considered first. I want to talk a little bit about consent agendas. We'll be using consent agendas on certain groups of articles or spending items. We have 3 consent agendas. The first consent agenda covers Articles 1 through 7. The second consent agenda covers the 8 capital items in Article 9, which are to be paid from free cash. The third consent agenda covers items 1 and 2 of Article 10, which involve IT equipment purchases to be paid from free cash. For each consent agenda, there will be a single motion covering all the items. There will be no debate on the motion, but if anyone desires to comment on or has a question about one of the articles or line items in the consent agenda, you may call a hold on that article or line item when I read its title. I will remove the article or line item from the consent agenda, and we will vote it separately following the vote on the non-held articles. There will be an opportunity for full debate on each held item. We will also follow a similar process with the reading of the omnibus budget in Article 8, with anyone having the opportunity to call a hold on any line item that I read, after which we will take a single vote on the non-held items, and then, if any line items are held, debate and vote separately on each held line item. Again, anyone wishing to discuss a particular article or line item in a consent agenda or the omnibus budget simply needs to call a hold loudly when I read the title of that article or line item. I will set it aside for discussion and separate vote after all the non-held articles are voted. As a last procedural point, I will read only the number of each article or line item and a title that summarizes the article or line item. The full text of each article or line item to be voted appears in the advisory committee report, as does the advisory committee's recommended vote and the reasoning behind it. Can we go to slide 2, please? Slide 2, please. All right, it looks like we got a little technical problem here. Can we have somebody look into the slide? Why, we can't switch the slides? We do have a slide 2. Okay, thanks. We will be using electronic voting at this evening's meeting. Every eligible voter who checked in this evening should have received a handset with a keypad to be used. The way the voting with these handsets works is as follows. For each vote, push the button with the number that corresponds to the vote you want to cast. 1 or A for aye or yes, and 2 or B for nay or no. The last button you push before voting is closed is the vote that will register. If you push the wrong button by mistake, just push the intended button before voting closes to register your vote. Your votes will be completely anonymous, and there's no record of which handset is issued to which voter. As you leave, please provide your handsets back in the boxes provided at the exit. Slide 3, please. You will receive immediate feedback when your vote is recorded. A successful yes vote will show a green light and the 1/A on the screen. A successful no vote will show a green light and a 2/B on the screen. And if your vote does not register for some reason, you will see a red light and a circle with a line through it. If that happens, or there's no light at all, something's wrong with your clicker, and please raise your hand, and a poll worker will bring you a new handset and will collect the non-functioning one. You may begin voting as soon as the discussion has closed on an item, but when I announce please vote now, the countdown clock will appear on the screen and you will have 15 seconds to finalize your vote. When the countdown clock reaches 0, all the votes are locked and the results will appear on the screen. For votes where there's a 2/3 majority requirement, the results will show first as numbers and then will toggle to percent. One final note, only votes cast are counted, so if you add the yes votes and the no votes from article to article, the totals may be different. This just means that some voters chose to abstain on a particular article or have left, or additional voters have entered the auditorium. Let's try a couple of sample votes. Slide 4, please. Okay. Does Sherborn have more than 4,000 residents? You should assume there's been discussion about this question, and the discussion is now closed. So are there more than 4,000 residents in Sherborn? Please vote now. We have one defective headset on the stage here. Okay. Yes, 200. I believe the answer to that is yes. The motion passed. Okay, can we go to slide 5, please? The next question is about the dog population of Sherborn. Pretend that any discussion has closed and it is time to vote. Please vote now. There we go. How many, does Sherborn have more than 800 registered dogs in town? Let's see how we did. Oh, it's very close. Jackie, do we have more than 800 dogs in town? Yes, we do. All right. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the real legislative agenda this evening. Our first item is a consent agenda that covers Articles 1 through 7, annual reports, fiscal year 25 supplemental appropriations, action on prior year's bills, contribution to the OPEB trust fund, transfer of monies for the improvement and embellishment of cemeteries. And if you could change to slide 7, this one is a 2-slide consent agenda. Revolving fund limits, as well as transfers from free cash to the stabilization funds. Those are all the items that are in this agenda. I note that for Articles 3 and 5, Advisory is making a motion for no action. A yes vote on this consent agenda supports Advisory's motion of no action on those articles. Mr. Sitchell, before I read the list of articles in this consent agenda, would you please explain Advisory's vote for no action on Articles 3 and 5?
Thank you. So Article 3 is the article that's always here in order to cover any prior year bills. And as there are no prior year bills that have come in, Advisory recommended no action to just dispense with that article. And Article 5 is the cemeteries article, which is the one that would allow transfer of funds from one account to another account where it could be spent. You could think of that as something like a savings account and a checking account, and it turns out that there's enough money in the analog of the checking account so that it is not necessary this year to transfer money from the analog of the savings account into the checking account in Advisory's judgment. And so again, the recommendation is for no action or no transfer because it doesn't appear to be necessary given the balance in these different accounts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sitchell. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I'm going to read each of the articles in the agenda, and if somebody wants a hold for further discussion, please yell out "hold" loudly, and I will note the hold. Article 1, annual reports. To hear and act on the reports of the various town officers and committees as contained in the annual town report or otherwise presented. Article 2, fiscal year 25 supplemental appropriations for the current fiscal year. Article 3, prior year bills, to see if the town will raise and appropriate funds to pay unpaid bills. Article 4, other post-employment benefits known as OPEB liability trust fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate funds into the OPEB trust fund. Was that a hold? No? Okay. Article 5, cemeteries, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate funds for the care, improvement, and embellishment of cemeteries. Article 6, revolving funds, to see if the town will vote to set fiscal year 2026 spending limits for each of the revolving funds set forth in Chapter 28 of the general bylaws, and those are revolving funds for Council on Aging, Board of Health Immunization Clinic, Town Forest, sale of firewood, farm pond, ambulance, elder housing, Parks and Recreation, and Public Works, Fire and Police surplus equipment. Article 7, to see if the stabilization funds, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate funds for stabilization funds. And that's it. Those are the 7. So there's no holds? Okay. Were there holds? Did you see holds? No? Okay. Okay. Dan, Mr. Sitchell, does the advisory committee have a motion for the consent agenda on Articles 1 to 7?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We do. I move that Articles 1 through 7 be considered together as consent agenda articles, where such articles are routine and typically approved without significant debate, and with such articles moved as set forth in the advisory report and with the following additional information. Article 1, annual reports, that they be accepted. Article 2, fiscal year 2025 supplemental appropriations, the current fiscal year, that $147,000 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury to cover fiscal year 2025 supplemental appropriations for snow and ice removal. Article 3, prior year bills, that no action be taken. Article 4, OPEB trust fund, that $100,000 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury to the OPEB liability trust fund. Article 5, cemeteries, that no action be taken. Article 6, revolving fund, fiscal year 2026 expenditure limits. Council on Aging revolving fund, $75,000. Board of Health revolving fund, $20,000. Town Forest revolving fund, $35,000. Farm Pond revolving fund, $160,000. Ambulance revolving fund, $170,000. Elder Housing revolving fund, $500,000. Parks and Recreation revolving fund, $150,000. DPW, Fire, Police, and Facilities revolving fund, $50,000. Article 7, stabilization funds, that $50,000 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury to the general stabilization fund, and that $100,000 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury to the capital stabilization fund.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Sitchell, Mr. Winters. We will now vote on the consent agenda, Articles 1 through 7. Please vote now. Motion passes. Articles 1 through 7 have been approved. Okay. Article 8. Next slide. This is the omnibus budget. There we go. Good. Mr. Sitchell, do you have a motion on this?
So I will now be making a motion for the fiscal year 2026 omnibus budget. Following my motion, and prior to any discussion or vote, the moderator will read the title items of the omnibus budget, which express the total appropriations for each department. As the moderator will explain further after my motion, if anyone wishes to discuss any line item, please indicate that by stating loudly, "Hold." And here's the motion. I move that the totals for each department, represented by the numbered items appearing in the Advisory Committee's fiscal year 2026 omnibus budget report to the town in the column headed FY 2026 advisory recommendation, be called over by the moderator, and if no objection is made, that such amounts be raised and appropriated for the purpose specified, except that where a transfer is indicated by a numbered footnote, the specified amount shall be provided by such transfer. that the salaries for the various town officers, including those indicated by numbered footnotes, be fixed effective July 1, 2025, as specified in the omnibus budget. That becomes effective pursuant to this motion, and that any item to which objection is made be separately considered and disposed of in accordance with the vote of the town.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sitchell, Mr. Winters. I will now read the totals for each department in the omnibus budget. The full amounts for each component, salaries and expenses, are printed in the advisory report to the town in the column labeled FY 2026 Advisory Recommendation. Anyone wishing to comment on or question any amount may call hold when I read a department's name and amount, and I will set that line item aside. When the entire omnibus budget has been read, I will list the departments on which there has been a hold, and then we will vote all unheld items. Following that vote, we will address separately any held items. Okay. Select Board total, $388,000. Can we get the slide up for the totals? Do we have a slide? Nope. There we go.
This is still Jeremy's presentation.
Oh, this is Jeremy's presentation? Okay. Is Jeremy? Okay. Okay. I'll go back to reading these. Select Board total, $388,873. Legal total. Select Board? Okay. Legal total, $80,000. Assessors total, $175,142. Treasurer collector total, $219,088. Accounting total, $327,141. Advisory total, $4,532. Conservation total, $106,393. Planning Board total, $72,279. Town Clerk total, $171,838. Election and registration total, $22,124. IT total, $182,461. Town buildings total, $409,750. Sustainability total, $49,783. Protection of life and property, police total, $2,223,016. Fire and rescue total, $622,275. Ambulance total, $341,000. Emergency communications dispatch total, $81,000. Inspectors total, $133,512. Dover Sherborn Regional School District Regional Assessment, $11,798,286. Tri-County Vocational School, $133,012. Sherborn Schools, total, $8,432,285. Norfolk Agricultural and Minuteman, $87,723. Public Works, Department of Public Works total, $1,356,805. Snow and Ice total, $90,603. Solid Waste total, $364,400. Recycling total, $3,230. Cemetery total, $89,500. Health and Human Services, Board of Health total. Okay. Council on Aging, Board of Health total, $187,113. Council on Aging total, $207,705. Veterans total, $17,317. Library total, $646,768. Recreation total, $150,000. Historical total, $3,850. Insurance and employee benefits, general insurance, $258,464. Employee benefits, including OPEB and retirement, $3,681,209. Total debt service, $1,998,253. And reserve account, $300,000. Okay. Okay. Mr. Marset, do you have a presentation on the budget?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I do. Jeremy Marset, Town Administrator. Just going to give you a concise summary of the omnibus budget for FY26. Next slide. The town's fiscal policies adopted by the Select Board and Advisory Committee provide guidance for the financial planning and development of the town's annual operating budget. These policies are designed to ensure the town's economic sustainability, fiscal health for the current and future generations. The Advisory Committee issued budget guidance to all budget makers in November. The school committees released version 1 budgets in November and December. The town administrator and finance director reviewed, compiled, and published a townwide budget roll-up with detail on December 31st. Advisory and Select Board reviewed and discussed draft budgets through March. The result of the budget roll-up of all the departments and as presented in the advisory report is shown on the screen here. As presented in the advisory report, the overall budget increase for FY26 over FY25 is 3.49%. There are three main budget categories: education, town government, and undistributed expenses. Those undistributed expenses are those shared expenses that are not carried in one particular budget, but kind of touch on a number of them, like health insurance and debt service. More detail on budget drivers for education and town government are in a subsequent slide. Within undistributed expenses, increases are reflected for employee health insurance, retirement benefits, and for debt service. Our health insurance provider noted that our premiums will be increasing 10% for FY26. However, we were able to maintain a budget increase of 6% for that budget line. They're forecasting going forward that we should see and plan on 8% increases year over year for health insurance for employees for the foreseeable future. Typically, the assessments for county retirement for employees increase about 6% per year. However, for FY26, the assessment will include a one-time cost of living adjustment for the retirees. And debt service the budget reflects approved capital projects and anticipates debt service for new projects. Next slide. Here's a visual of where your budget is attributed to and what it's spent on. This figure shows the proposed FY26 operating budget by use. 59% of the town's budget directly goes towards education. About a quarter, 25%, goes to town government. That'd be public safety, public works, and general town government. And then 17% goes towards undistributed expenses. Of that, 11% of insurance and benefits, part of the undistributed expenses, about half of that is used indirectly to fund employment benefits for the Pine Hill Elementary School educators. So there are some educational costs carried in the undistributed expenses. Next slide. Just a little detail on the budget drivers for the education, the school department budgets. Lots of detail was published by the school committees and it is available should you want to dive in, as advisory has done over the past months. Some of the things of note is that their budgets fund the salary adjustments included in educator contracts and other collective bargaining agreements. Approximately 68% of the regional school budget is attributed to salaries. 87% of the Pine Hill school budget is attributable to salaries. That's because their benefit costs are included within those undistributed expenses I mentioned earlier. Both school budgets see increases in transportation costs. For the regional school budget, FY26 was eased a bit by a one-time reduction in the annual debt service. The debt service for the middle school was paid off, and so FY26 is the first year that won't need to be covered in their budget. For Pine Hill School, teacher retirements helped offset some contractual increases. Next slide. Some budget drivers for the town government budgets. Many town departments met guidance that was issued by the advisory committee. Exceptions were specifically discussed at meetings with advisory. A few of those are noted here. Of note, there's an increase in staff coverage for firefighters and emergency medical responders in the draft budget. There's a shared veteran services officer that we're sharing with Medfield and Walpole. There's a shared sustainability coordinator shared with Holliston. The budget includes a consensus compromise budget for funding the library and adds a part-time children's library assistant. This compromise balances needs and resource constraints. And the town government budget also includes a new budget line you haven't seen in the past, one for emergency communications. It's an expense only, and that is to fund the town's obligations as part of the Holbrook Regional Dispatch System. The full cost of the Regional Dispatch Center will be phased in over 3 years, rising from this year, from FY26, in an amount of $81,000 to the full amount in year 3 of $350,000. Next slide. To cover the expenses, the revenues are anticipated to come from 3 main sources: property taxes, local receipts, and state aid. About 90% of the town's revenues come from local property taxes. Local receipts account for about 5.6%. Those are fees, auto excise taxes, and the like. And state aid comes in at about 3.5%, a relatively small portion of your revenue. To fund the FY26 budget, property tax bills would increase on average by 3.38%. However, if one assumes a 5% increase in property values, the tax rate would drop by about 17 cents per thousand to be about 16.41 per thousand for FY26. Next slide. So the proposed FY26 operating budget is a balanced budget in that it does not require a Proposition 2.5 override to fund. A budget override would be needed if the actual property tax levy, which is the second line from the bottom, was larger than the maximum allowable levy, that third line from the bottom. In this case, in the proposed budget, actually leaves $762,616 in what's called excess levy capacity. Once that excess levy capacity, if that reduces to 0, then the limits of Proposition 2.5 govern future budgeting year over year. So your year-over-year budget would be limited to 2.5% plus new growth, unless a specific budget override was approved by vote. In Sherborn's case, that would constrain budgets year over year to about $1 million in increase without an override. And the last slide, please. This slide here just shows the history of excess levy capacity from FY21 to proposed FY26. You can see excess levy capacity had a peak in FY22 and has had a somewhat steady decline to current. However, that ski slope has gotten a bit shallower in recent years. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Okay, we had 4 holds. We had hold on Select Board, on Board of Health, on Library, and on Recreation. So there's been a motion and a second on Article 8. We're going to vote all unheld items. Good? Okay. We're going to vote all unheld items. This requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, so the unheld items have passed, and now we're going to move on to the held items. So there was a hold on Select Board. Does somebody want to address whoever held that? Want to speak to that? Can you come up and use the microphone, please? Just say your name and address and then the question or whatever.
Good evening. Andy Huntoon, 148 Farm Road. I just had a quick question. So the Select Board in Sherborn, I guess it's a paid position, and in most other towns it's not a paid position. And I was just curious why it's a paid position in Sherborn. How'd that happen?
It's not, the Select Board is not a paid position. The salaries are for the staff.
It's for the staff?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, are there any other comments on Select Board? Then we can vote on that item. Yes.
So I move favorable action on the Select Board budget in the amount of $388,873.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the Select Board budget. Please vote now. Okay, the Select Board budget passes. Now we're moving on to the Board of Health budget. Somebody called a hold on that. Thank you.
Alexandra Frank, 62 Maple Street. I saw there's a minority report on this, and I was wondering if someone would be so kind as to expand upon it.
Okay, Mr. Kingsley.
Yes. Is this on?
Could we put Mr. Kingsley's mic on, please?
Hello?
You're on.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Speaking for the minority on the Board of Health here, I can't vote to support this budget for two main reasons. First is I believe that the Board of Health is wasting about half the money that we're allocating to them, and I'll give you the details. And second, I think the department management is somewhat chaotic, and I'll give you some examples. In terms of the budget, we're spending $140,000 in this proposed budget on 4 positions: health agent, health administrator, food inspector, and animal inspector. These are jobs that could be done by a single individual, and in fact are done by a single individual in the town of Dover. So I think that is a waste of money to employ 4 different people. We're spending $34,000 on a dedicated administrative assistant, when of course we have lots of administrative assistant capacity in the town hall. Could be a shared resource. We don't need a dedicated administrative assistant for the Board of Health. Another waste of money. The management of the department, in my view, is out of control and needs attention. The Board of Health is in constant violation of Massachusetts open meeting laws. If you go to the town website, you are not going to find any minutes of any meetings of the Board of Health since last August. That's a violation of state open meeting laws. The Board of Health is in violation of the town bylaws because the Board of Health's remit is to set policy. It's not allowed to run the department. If you look at the town website organization chart, you've got a health agent who reports to a health administrator, who reports to the town administrator, who reports to the Select Board. Nowhere does it say that the Board of Health should be running the department, and yet the chair has been running the department for many years in violation of the bylaws. It's my understanding that the chair is routinely cutting minority dissenting voices on the board out of information flow and making decisions without all the board members. For example, the hiring of the last health administrator, what was effectively the constructive termination of the health administrator, and the fact that we haven't filled that role for the last 8 months.
So, Mr. Kingsley, are you, just in terms of timing, are you close?
I'm almost finished. I think most alarming and the reason I voted against their budget is that the Board of Health is not doing its main job, which is protecting the groundwater of this town. They're failing in a timely manner to update our regulations to conform with changes in state and federal law. They failed to write an effective ledge disruption regulations, so we've got multiple homes with dangerous levels of nitrates and lead, in one case lead in the water. So if you're alarmed by any of this, obviously you can't find out what's going on by reading the minutes, since the minutes aren't available. You can attend the tightly controlled Zoom meetings, but they are only Zoom meetings because they haven't had an in-person meeting in more than 5 years and apparently don't plan to. And unfortunately, because of the way our town governance works, nobody is able to rein in the Board of Health. So we have two choices: vote against the budget until some changes are made, or vote out the chair who's up for re-election on May 13th. That's my report, Mr. Moderator.
Do we have other comments on the item, Board of Health budget? Okay. Hearing none, we will move. Oh, we do have some. Okay. Either one.
Julie's coming. Mike, how much time do we have? That very lengthy.
That was a longer than normal comment, so I would say you have the same amount of time.
I'm not really sure where. Yeah, let's do this.
Just introduce yourself, please.
Yep. Daryl Beardsley, illustrious chair of the Board of Health.
Julie Dreyfus, a little less illustrious, vice chair of the Board of Health.
It's hard to know where to begin. There's quite a bit of, I think, misinformation, and this is a very odd venue to be trying to address things that are very serious. And for something that we put a lot of work into, and our staff does a great job. And Dover does not run on one person. They have probably the equivalent of at least 2.5 full-time equivalents for staff in Dover. So that would be an easy place to start. Do you have any particular ones that you want to comment on?
In terms of the regulations, our last regulatory update was actually just in the fall of 2023. That typically happens every 2 to 5 years, depending on what needs to be done. We are a volunteer board. The amount of time it takes to go through the rigorous process of review of regulation update is lengthy. And so every 2 to 5 years is the typical process. In terms of the comments against my chair member, I will say that it is the incredible dedication of Ms. Beardsley to this role and her both professional and historical knowledge of this that is critical to the operation of this town. And I stand by her and what she does for each and every one of us every single day.
I'd also like to mention, from going to conferences with boards of health from around the state, we actually update our regulations more frequently than most towns, so we do spend a great deal of time on that. And anytime anyone wants to participate, I mean, we have public hearings for that. I invite you to. We also welcome any kind of recommendations that you have to make things better in the regulations. On the meetings, it's interesting that I'm assuming I was accused of running meetings extremely tightly. I've normally received criticisms to the contrary, that I allow too much public comment and too much involvement, and the meetings get longer. So I'm really not sure where that's coming from. I'm forgetting some of the other issues.
And just to clarify for the record, in terms of the Zoom meetings, for anyone who has had the joy of replacing their septic recently, and had to sit on a meeting at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night, or had your neighbor, or had to pay for an engineer to have to come to a physical meeting, having a Zoom meeting actually is a huge save of time and money, especially when you're looking at a plan. We have heard consistently from the engineers and from neighbors just like all of you that the Zoom meeting is in fact more accessible to everyone. There is never an opportunity for someone to be left out of a meeting because everyone is let into the meeting, where especially if you are a parent with children, having to physically attend a meeting like tonight, and I speak to every other parent, it is a chore to make sure that there's someone there to care for your children. And so Zoom meetings, in fact, increase access. Mr. Kingsley, is there anything else in particular you want us to address?
Yeah, I think we're going to go through the chair here, and we have somebody else who's waiting to speak. So.
Sure. Okay.
Happy to turn it over.
Okay, that's better. Hi, Lisa Camp. I am a former Board of Health member, and I guess I'm rather shocked at some of the accusations that were just laid forth. I personally made sure that when we did the regulatory update as a licensed site professional, that indeed we are one of the few towns in Massachusetts that relies predominantly on private well water that actually did set forth standards that are in line with the state standards. That is in our regulations, so I'm not clear at all. The basis for the comment about not protecting groundwater, we're actually on the leading edge compared to most towns in the state that don't say that at all. And in terms of not allowing dissenting opinions, that is, I guess, hearsay, because I can tell you that I never saw Daryl or anybody else on the board tell someone that they couldn't participate and not let them say that, you know, whatever they wanted to say and then have a response. So people can obviously vote with, you know, their own technical basis and bias on the board, but in terms of welcoming dissenting comments, I have never witnessed that not happening at a public meeting and at a Board of Health meeting. And I would agree with Daryl that I think sometimes our meetings were really long. So I don't think that she was curtailing, you know, discussion in any way. So I guess I'm just sort of surprised and don't really understand the basis for many of those comments. And there was actually some incorrect statements that were made that I just wanted to make sure people understood and were rectified.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments should be about the funding specifically, please? Okay.
One more of the issues raised here.
I think. Yeah, I think we've everybody's kind of had their say. I regret it got to that level. We should be talking about the funding here. So if nobody's got any other comments, we're going to take a vote on the Board of Health budget. Mr. Sitchell. Mr. Winters.
I move favorable action on the Board of Health budget in the amount of $187,113.
Second.
Please vote now. That budget, Board of Health budget passes. The next hold was the library. Does somebody have a comment on that?
Alexander Frank again, 62 Maple Street. And I saw that once again there's a minority report, and I'd love to hear why that's the case, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kingsley, a report on the budget aspect of this, or Mr. Young on the budget aspect of this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marxist. Get right up. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Evening, everyone. First I want to say is I love the library. That may not be my reputation at the moment, but I'm a heavy user and a big fan of it, which is actually why I raised my hand to be one of the two liaisons to the library department from advisory this year. And as a liaison, I heard their initial budget presentation, which was 2.5 hours, very detailed. There's a 20-page PowerPoint presentation. I was also at the meeting, an advisory meeting, when they came to meet with full advisory the first time. I was at the meeting when they came rather unusually. They were given a second chance to come to full advisory. I was at that meeting, and I was at our all-day meeting. And through the course of that, I never felt they made a compelling case to come to the taxpayers for more money in FY26. The other thing, and this speaks to, well, something that my colleague Mr. Kingsley said, is the other question is one of management, because with advisory, and I'm going to read from the bylaws, Chapter 4, which it talks about the advisory committee. Section 6 starts with, the advisory committee shall have authority at any time to investigate the books, accounts, and management of any department of the town. And having read that a while back when I joined advisory, that means that I, and I think my colleagues, are expected to keep an eye on all aspects of each department as we look at their budgets. Budgets are our primary function, they're not our exclusive function. And I think at some points you can't separate management, questions of management, from questions of budget. And as I heard all the various library presentations, a number of red flags about management of the department were raised for me. And I'm happy at any point other than this venue to go into that with people in detail, but I'm going to talk about, I think, the most glaring, and that was the decision by the library trustees to close the library to the public on Mondays. The library is not closed on Mondays, it is closed to the public on Mondays, which represents approximately by hours a 15% cut in library services. And advisory asked the representatives of the library at our meeting to have that decision explained, and it was first presented to us as a budget issue, and we said, well, that can't possibly be a budget issue because it occurred halfway through fiscal year 25 when the library is fully financed, fully budgeted. In addition, because the library is only closed to the public and the staff is still in there and working on Mondays, there's no money being saved. So we said it can't possibly be a budget issue. And then frankly, and I'll compress this, another reason was given, and we said, well, we questioned that, and another, and basically, the story, excuse me, there was a series of answers that never completely added up, and they kept essentially changing the story. And ultimately, to my mind, there's been no compelling reason given for the library to be closed to the public, again, to the public on Mondays. And I think that if you cut services by 15% when you are 100% funded and you can't give a good reason for doing that, then something's wrong. And it's hard to trust. If you can't trust management, how can you trust them with a budget?
Mr. Youngabout, you finished?
I am indeed.
Thank you. Okay. I think the library has a presentation they want to make. If you could talk from here, or if there's two of you, if you want to use two mics, that's fine, whatever you want to do. Okay, thank you.
Brian Connolly, 9 Thoroughbred, Chair of the Library Board of Trustees, and I would just like to make some comments. Liz is going to be making a presentation on the library budget, but I want to just address some of the advisory comments. As background, for those of you who don't know, there are 9 library trustees, and they're elected officials. The trustees have custody and management of the library and are responsible for all advisory town appropriations by the town for the library. This is per Massachusetts state law. Liz, the library director, reports to the trustees, and the trustees provide guidance, counsel, and oversight. Since the reopening of the library 2 years ago to this day, the library use has skyrocketed. Last year, we had 195% increase in foot traffic, greater than 30% increase in circulation, including 47% increase in children's circulation, and 134% in program activities. Every other operating statistic we track has similar increases. Sherborn loves its library, and the use has been incredible. These increases in use have been managed within the budget appropriated at last year's town meeting. The library trustees and director have proactively managed this, increased demand by taking management actions such as upgrading the talent by filling open positions and replacing departed staff, optimizing operating hours, including hours needed for the staff to do their work when the public is not in the building. The staff has increased the use of volunteers by 72% and increased private funding of the library's operating budget for this year by 16%. As Dan mentioned at the beginning, the trustees and the library worked very closely with advisory, having more than 6 meetings. We started with an original budget of 9% year-over-year increase. The budget that Liz is going to show you is an increase of 2.3% over last year. So I just ask all of you to consider that, listen to Liz's presentation, and approve the budget for the upcoming library year.
Sorry, short person here. Liz Anderson, Library Director. Thank you. We have had an incredibly successful reopening of our library, and our community uses and loves their library. As Brian mentioned, we've seen an increase in traffic, which has been up 195%, an increase in circulation by 30%, an increase in our square footage, up 50% total, and an increased demand in the children's wing. Our children's circulation is up 49%. Our renovation added a beautiful new children's wing, 2 new larger meeting rooms, 2 study rooms, and with our meeting rooms getting used 2 or 3 times a week by the school, the police, the Council on Aging, and various other town departments and boards, and our busy kids room, we have become the community center for our town. We are the only town building open nights and weekend hours. With this increase in our demand and activity, we are requesting a part-time 19-hour children's library assistant, an addition of $22,712. We did do a study and look at how we compare to our peer libraries in Massachusetts with similar service level, and we are comparatively understaffed, which is where this request is coming from. The library's private endowment also contributes an offset to the library's operating budget. In fiscal year 26, it will be $88,519. Next slide, please. Our overall budget is a 3.9% increase over fiscal year 25. We've reduced our non-salary expenses by 4.7%, and the total department expenses increase equates to the part-time children's position. Otherwise, we're flat year over year. We also have contributions from other sources of support that offset the library's expenses. Our library endowment, which continues to go up, which was up 15.5% over last year. The library's total department expenses net of the endowment are a 2.3% increase over 25, which comes out to asking the town for an additional $12,570 next fiscal year. Next slide, thank you. The demand from our community for the library services is clear. We have seen an increase on all fronts. Our checkouts have skyrocketed. We've seen a major uptick in people using the library, particularly Sherborn residents. Next slide. And we've increased our volunteers and interns, including teens who get community service credit, by 461% over the last 4 years to try to mitigate the increase in demand. We also have an additional support from our incredible friends of the library group who fundraise and finance all of our programs. We are working hard to get help, but we also need paid staff in the kids' room to meet this increase in our demand. Our master's level children's librarian provides meaningful service to our specific community. She has built trust and relationships with families. She offers pre-literacy education to our youngest population, 0 to 5, and we are the primary free and openly accessible place for this age group. We are also the go-to spot for after-school, school-age crowd in the afternoon. One of our most important jobs is to provide a summer reading program for ages 0 to 18 and serve as a vital second educational space after school, and especially over the summer and early release days when the schools are closed. This additional part-time kids room staff will provide us with the vital support we need to offer meaningful services to our community. Next slide. Our children's area on the left was pre-construction, and on the right is our beautiful new children's room. So we have an increase in 4,000 square feet. Next slide. Physically, we need more staff to cover this increase in the space that we have. Among other challenges, it is also a safety issue. The kids' room has one librarian, with the room's many new spaces being occupied, sometimes 50 to 100 kids coming in at any time. And the demand continues to go up every month. Next slide. Not only is our space larger, but the demand for books has increased. Our kids' book circulation makes up half of the overall library material circulation, and our kids' circulation is up by 49%. Next slide. It really has been such a joy to work in the library these past 2 years and see the way that our community has transformed from a small, semi-rural library into a bustling community center. We have truly become the living room of our community, and the children's wing is at its center. Next slide. I strongly urge you to support the addition of this part-time position that would help to meet the current demand in our active children's wing. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to the library? Okay.
Sandra Burke, 30 Parks Drive. I'm the president of the Friends of the Sherborn Library. The Friends of the Sherborn Library are a 501c3 organization that operates separately from the library. We fundraise within our community to raise funds to donate to the library to fund programming within the library. We also pride ourselves in being the bridge between the library and the community. Because we live in a small town, the Friends also literally houses the welcome committee to the entire town, which is super unique. Our library is the way that people are introduced to our town. It's our community connector. As the Friends president, I've become so involved with the inner workings of the library and have seen just how vibrant this place is. This is our only open community space in our town, and the community craves that. Families come here not just to use the library, but to connect to others, and in doing so, they build a stronger community. I also personally use the library heavily. Myself and my family are here most days, and together with the librarians have often joked that it is our second home. In being here and planning these community events, I see how there is a need for more support. The Children's Wing is bustling at all hours of the day, and despite Library Director Liz's incredible work and organization, as well as Jen's incredible superwoman ability to recommend a handful of books to children, while also checking someone out and handing out stickers for cleaning up to another family, they can only do so much at one time. I'm so proud to be a part of this library that we have grown, but with that growth comes the need for more support. We're not asking for much. A part-time children's librarian is not a big ask, and it is something that the library cannot operate efficiently and continue to create the wonderful learning and community space that it is without. I want to highlight that the Friends are in full support of Library Director Liz Anderson's leadership abilities. We're working with the trustees.
Okay, we're at 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll summarize by just saying we are working with the trustees to provide funding for the library as much as possible, going outside of our regular mission of programming.
We're at 2 minutes. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Christine Walsh, 6 Bridal Path. So fortunate that Brian and Liz and Sandra just went before me and are eloquent and wonderful, heartfelt speakers, because I'm saddened. I'm saddened that someone is opining mismanagement of especially the children's room in the library, a place where it is truly their second family. These children come in every day after school, sir. They come in different waves, different traffics. You know, you might not see them all the time, but they are there. And they are... Those staff members right there, they're the families. They catch our children when we can't because we are working full-time jobs or volunteering for our beautiful town. They are there for our children. This is a part-time children's librarian, my friends. And we are saying no. We are saying no, we can't move forward with this. My husband is an epidemiologist. He is so much smarter than I am. And he always tells me, do not rely on a data sample of one. So please, look into your hearts. See where your children go on bike rides during the summer. See where they go after school. See where they're making their buttons, their crafts, their graphic novels, where they're finding connection when they might not find connection in the school system, at home, in their communities, or in themselves. Please support them as they find peace, self-discovery, and everything that a childhood is meant to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jill Morrow, 64 Green Lane. I feel like I speak on a population that's been overlooked, which is our teenagers who come midterms and they say, Mom, can you take me to the library? You want to go to the library? You're 15, 16 years old, because they want to meet their friends. They've identified a creative space that gives them place to collaboratively study for their midterm exams. Yeah, they're probably socializing a lot, but these kids, they emerge on our library. And what a joy that this has brought to a whole other population in our town, that our kids, our teenagers, want to go to the library.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
This mic?
Yes, please.
Hello, Irene Saranteas Basili, 5 Peckham Hill Road. I'm a 6-year member of the Friends of the Sherborn Library. And my opinion is that the Sherborn Library is the best, most important institution of our town. It serves members of our community despite ages, despite their background, despite their income, and it also welcomes residents of our neighboring towns. We waited 6 years and 3 months for this beautiful building, and we are blessed to have our library director, Liz Anderson, leading the way. She is, at every opportunity, accommodating us and serving the community, at every opportunity. Last spring, she welcomed the Pine Hill elementary students for a day of air conditioning, or maybe 2 days of air conditioning, because Pine Hill does not have air conditioning. She did not say no. She's always accommodating the community at every turn. With respect to the children's section, the children's librarian, all I can say that what I shared at the advisory meeting a few weeks ago, I'm a mother of 3 children. They run to the library every time it is to get a book, to get a recommendation, to participate in a program. And that's thanks to the incredible staff that Liz Anderson manages. So I urge the town's support for the budget proposal as is. Thank you.
Okay. Did the Select Board have a comment on this budget item?
Only that we voted unanimously 5-0 to support this budget.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded on the library budget. You need to make the motion? You haven't made the motion. Why don't you make the motion, Dan? Thank you.
Can we add to the comment here?
I think you make the motion.
So I'm just about to make a motion for the proposed library budget. I just wanted to mention, just to clarify, that what you heard a few minutes ago from the stage here was a minority report, and advisory actually voted 7-2, so 7 out of 9 in favor of the budget on which I'm about to make a motion, just to clarify that. So I move favorable action on the library budget in the amount of $646,768.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I think we can vote on the library budget in the amount of $646,768. Please vote now. Okay. Okay, the other hold was on recreation. Does anybody want to speak to that?
Alexander Frank, 62 Maple, and once again, there was a minority report on this as well, and it'd be great to hear what that was, please. Thank you.
We're going to have Dave Welsh from Recreation make a presentation first, then we can hear from the minority report and any other comments that people have on the budget.
Thank you. I don't believe, I do have a presentation tonight, but it's for the Pickleball Court project. I do not have a presentation.
You don't have a budget presentation? Okay. Then, sorry. Did you think you forgot your presentation? I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll be brief.
Doug, you have a comment?
I'll be very brief. The minority report on the Rec Commission, I just wanted to point out that I think we have substantial financial control problems with the Recreation Commission. One of the main sources of revenue is to rent out our fields to athletic clubs. There's about a half dozen of them that rent the fields. Over a couple-year period, the Rec Commission has failed in a timely manner to invoice and collect upwards of $150,000 in field rental revenue, which is critical for the operation of the Rec Commission. So I simply am pointing out that the minority voted against the budget to highlight these financial control issues in the Rec Commission. Added to that, I think, is a continuity issue. The chair has resigned. One of the other three board members is stepping down. So we basically have one board member, so there's really not a lot of continuity in the Rec Commission. So I think we need to focus on that. And Mr. Moderator, I want to point out that last year I was admonished publicly for clapping. I'm excited to hear that we now allow clapping at the town meeting. Is that correct?
It may stop soon.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have an advisory motion on this item?
Just wanted to clarify that the advisory committee voted 8-1 in favor of this budget. But I move favorable action on the Recreation Commission budget in the amount of $150,000.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote now. Okay, the budget passes, the recreation budget passes. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, Article 9. Each item in the capital improvement plan for which exempt borrowing is proposed will be considered separately, and I believe the town administrator has a capital budget presentation now.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeremy Marcet, Town Administrator. Just a quick summary about the capital improvement plan. The town's fiscal policies adopted by the Select Board and Advisory Committee help guide long-term financial and capital planning. The Capital Budget Committee's charge per town bylaw is to consider all annual capital appropriation requests and to be provided estimates for the cost of future capital projects. The town administrator and finance director are asked to support the development of a 5-year rolling capital improvement plan by coordinating and compiling requests from budget makers. The annual update of the 5-year plan and preparation of specific funding requests for the annual town meeting starts in the early fall. A full CIP summary was published December 1st, and the Capital Budget Committee, Advisory, and Select Board vetted requests through March. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of the rolling 5-year capital investment plan. It identified over 55 capital requests, totaling $18.3 million in total value. Those projects were primarily funded by tax levy exempt borrowing, free cash, and state and federal grants. The funding summary is up on the screen here. A full detail of the multi-year capital improvement plan is available on the town's website should you want to dive into the detail. Next slide, please. Now, focusing on the summary of the capital appropriation request before you tonight, there are 5 projects primarily funded by tax levy exempt borrowing and 11 projects primarily funded by free cash. Up on the screen here, you can see the requests before you tonight divided, shown graphically by request by department and their proposed funding source. It's worth noting that of the projects proposed this evening, nearly $750,000 in capital funding is from state and federal grants. Fortunately, those grants are currently secure. Next slide. Now getting into the detail summary of the capital requests. Here's a listing of the exempt borrowing funded capital items. Item A is the replacement of Ambulance 1, which is the only town ambulance serving the town. This ambulance is a 2017 Ford F550. At the time of replacement, the ambulance will be 10 to 11 years old. Sherborn's typical replacement schedule for ambulances is about 8 to 9 years. This capital request was actually deferred from last year and moved to this fiscal year. The current ambulances serve the town well, but its replacement is due. And you'll note a change on the screen here from what you see in the advisory report. An anonymous private donor to the Sherborn Historical Items Display and Preservation Space project has requested that the reappropriation of prior approved capital funds be used towards a different town capital need. The ambulance was deemed to be the most appropriate alternate. Yet, since the publication of the advisory report, the Select Board and Advisory have supported this alternate use of reappropriated funds. And that's shown up on the screen here, and I believe will be Advisory's motion forthcoming. Item B is the refurbishment of Truck 23, which is a 2016 International dump truck and sander used during snow fighting and other public works operations. It's nearly 20 years old. However, the engine and chassis are sound. The funding would refurbish the chassis and replace the body with a multi-use hook lift setup. Item C is your annual town funding towards roadway and paving reconstruction. The $350,000 in local funding will supplement $520,000 of state funding, so your actual annual roadway program is larger than your local allotment. The 2024 Pavement Management Report completed a townwide inventory and condition assessment of the town's roadways. The report identifies the annual need for funds and helps prioritize roadways for work. And I believe items D and E, the proponents have separate presentations and discussion to be had. Next slide, please. Here's a listing of the free cash funded capital items. Item 1 is the replacement of resilient floor tiling for 3 classrooms at the lower floor of Pine Hill Elementary School. Item 2 is the direct replacement of 2 frontline police patrol vehicles. One is a 2020 Chevy Tahoe with over 100,000 miles, and which will be replaced with an all-electric Chevy Blazer police patrol vehicle. And a 2016 Ford Interceptor SUV will be replaced with a conventional fuel Chevy Blazer. Item 3 is the replacement of a CPR device, the so-called Lucas device, used by emergency medical technicians to deliver mechanical chest compression during response and transport. The existing device was purchased in 2017 and is nearing the end of its useful life. Item 4 is to fund a consultant update of facility assessments for 6 town buildings, including Town Hall, Public Works, Fire Stations 1 and 2, the police station, and the library. The work will include condition assessments, capital needs identification, and cost estimates to help with multi-year capital planning. Item 5 is funding to construct water treatment for the removal of polyfluoroalkyl alkyl substances, PFAS, the so-called forever chemicals, from the public water supply serving the town campus, which serves the town hall, library, police, and the 1858 townhouse. The local funding supplements $100,000 in state grant funding. This public water supply is currently in non-compliance with state drinking water standards and under a corrective action plan approved by Mass DEP. Design funds were previously appropriated at the last town meeting. Item 6 is the balance of funding needed to construct water treatment facilities and combine the water systems of Woodhaven Elder Housing and Leland Farms. The work addresses compliance issues with public water supplies, compliance with the lead and copper rule of the state and federal drinking water standards. This local funding supplements $50,000 in the state budget earmark, a $200,000 state grant, and $73,000 in federal ARPA funding. Item 7 is a replacement of 2 core network switches for the police and fire buildings. The existing servers are over 10 years old and nearing the end of their service life. And finally, item number 8 is the replacement of town hall meeting room furnishings, replacement of tables and chairs for the large conference room on the 2nd floor and the small conference room on the 1st floor of town hall. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Okay. Does advisory have a motion on item A? If we can put the slides back for item 9A, please.
For exempt borrowing, Article 9, Item A, ambulance, which requires a 2/3 vote. I move favorable action and that the treasurer collector, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow for the purposes of purchasing an ambulance, Item 9A, as set forth in the advisory committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, the sum of $415,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5, so-called debt exclusion question pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CK.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, does the select board have an opinion on this item?
Yes, the select board voted 9-0 to support the ambulance and voted again 9-0 to support the 5-0.
That's our job.
Still waiting for the motion for our salaries.
Okay. Okay.
5-0.
Does anyone else want to speak to this item? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote now. Okay. Motion passes. Article 9B. Mr. Sitchell.
So this is the reappropriation piece.
Oh, I'm sorry. Article 9A. I missed the slide, didn't I?
Article 9A.
Okay, so this is, this is a second part to Article 9A. This is the reappropriation that the town administrator spoke towards. Mr. Sitchell, do you have a
Thank you, Mr.
motion?
Moderator. So I move favorable action and that the $100,000 appropriated at annual town meeting 2024 as design funds be reappropriated toward the purchase of an ambulance, and this vote requires a simple majority.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to this?
Second.
Does anyone else want to speak to this besides Mr. Winter's second? Okay. Mr. Johnson.
Select board voted 5-0 to support the
Okay,
reauthorization
good.
of $100,000.
Okay, so It's been moved and seconded, and we can vote on this. So please vote now. This is on the reappropriation. It's a majority vote. Okay, motion passes. Okay, now Article 9B. I was so excited to get to the dump truck. Mr. Winters.
For exempt borrowing, Article 9A, Article 9, Item B, refurbished dump truck, snow fighter. This requires a 2/3 vote. I move favorable action and that the treasurer collector, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow for the purposes of refurbishing a dump truck snow fighter, item 9B, as set forth in the advisory committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, the sum of $250,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5 so-called debt exclusion question pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CK.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, does the Select Board have a vote on this?
Yes, 5-0 in support.
Okay, very good. Does anyone want to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we can proceed to a vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. Please vote now. Okay. We can show the percents too. Very good. Okay, motion passes. Article 9C, Mr. Sitchell.
So this is exempt borrowing, Article 9, Item C, for roadway management for the Department of Public Works, requiring a 2/3 majority vote. I move favorable action and that the treasurer collector, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow for the purposes of improving town roadways. Item 9C, as set forth in the advisory committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, the sum of $350,000 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Paragraph 1, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5 so-called debt exclusion question pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Paragraph K.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson?
5-0 in support.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote. This is another 2/3 capital item. Please vote now. Okay, motion passes. You can show the percent if you would. Thank you. Article 9D. Mr. Winters. Should we do the presentation first?
You want to do Dave's presentation?
We could do that.
And then let me comment on it.
You can do that. Yeah, that's fine. So, Dave, we're going to do your presentation first. This is the one that you do have a presentation on, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dave Welch, 64 South Main, also with Sherborn Recreation. This presentation is as a proponent of the tennis pickleball court project at the Jameson Tennis Courts. My hope is at the end of this is that I'll encourage you to vote no to the no action. So, how do the courts serve Sherborn? Well, this is one of the few facilities. We don't have a dedicated indoor facility in the town of Sherborn. This is one of the few facilities, barring any ice or snow, that's available year-round. And the important thing here is that it is available for everyone at all ages. It's the rare recreation facility that we have children, we have older adults. Everyone can utilize it and spend time there. The programs that are offered there, the youth programs, spring, summer, and fall, these programs are consistently waitlisted. They're full. We started 2 programs this week, one on Monday, one starts on Friday. They were both full and had a wait list weeks ago. So our tennis courts are very popular with our youth. They're also utilized by the older kids. In the springtime, we welcome the Dover Sherborn Junior Varsity team, and they use it for both practices and matches. This is an outdoor activity that's available for our COA members, and it's also double-lined in areas to allow people to use it for pickleball. We also have some coaches that rent it out to provide private tennis instruction. So why are we here? Well, as you can see, these are photos of your tennis courts. The tennis courts have reached the end of their useful life. If you ask anyone with any experience, and we've done this over and over and over again, they'll tell you that it is long past its expected life and it is falling into a state of disrepair. And so it is time to do the right thing as stewards of this facility and renovate it and reopen it as new courts. The other issue with these courts are that they are not ADA compliant. And so these courts, we're in the year 2025 the last time I checked, and we have a facility that's utilized by all ages, but not by all abilities. And so even if you're a parent and you have difficulty ambulating, or a grandparent and you want to pick up your child after a youth lesson, you can't do that. It's too difficult. It's almost impossible to get up there and safely access the courts. So what are the objectives of this project? We want to provide safer courts. We want to get out of a state of disrepair. We want to add the ADA accessibility for people either to play, to access, to pick up their children. We want to repurpose some space. We want to be able to utilize the area where the practice wall is and build a dedicated pickleball area for this up-and-coming and expanding sport. And with that, it would expand the capacity for everyone. It would allow more space for people to play tennis and it would allow more space for people to play pickleball. So what does it look like? So we worked with a firm. This plan is the same plan we shared at last town meeting. Nothing has changed. It will show you where the existing courts are today, which are the 4 tennis courts you see on the left, where the proposed new pickleball courts will be located between the concession stand and the tennis courts, as well as a new ADA accessible walkway connecting everything from the parking area. So the last thing I'd like to share is the project elements and cost. You'll see there are 2 different dollar amounts up here. The reason why it was because at one point the Recreation Commission was considering, in hopes of getting this passed sooner than later, of parsing out the pickleball court area, and that's why there's a difference in those 2 numbers. However, after some robust discussion at the most recent capital budget, our last capital budget meeting, at the advisory hearing, and listening to people who are more expert than I am on how these projects are done, it doesn't make a lot of sense to actually break this into pieces. It's a much smarter project to do it all at once. And so what I show you on here are the elements of the project. You get your ADA, your pickleball courts, you'd have a new fence, it'd be safe, accessible. And the only thing that we wouldn't be doing with this is lights. It's believed the lights are actually midlife. They probably have another 3 to 5 years. We'll have to come back to that for a different town meeting. So finally, I'd just like to ask for your support in voting no to the no action so that this can be reconsidered with another motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Sichel.
So I want to provide just a little explanation on advisory's perspective on this proposed project. And you might be puzzled, given Dave's, I think, rather compelling presentation as to why advisory's motion on the tennis courts will be for no action. And here's why. In principle, Most members of the advisory committee support replacing the tennis courts for all the reasons that Dave Welch just described. And actually yesterday went and took a look at them, and that just confirms really much of what Dave said. So the concern, however, is one of timing. And whether or not the Rec Commission can right now realistically, whether they have the bandwidth to successfully manage a new $500,000+ project. So first, as was mentioned earlier, the Rec Commission is currently in transition. It's a 3-member commission. They have an interim chair now, and they're going to have 2 new members after the town election in May. Secondly, they're managing a full plate of projects. There's an ongoing $100,000 renovation project for one of the baseball fields at Jameson. There's the irrigation of Laurel Fields project with, as of an early April accounting, still about $400,000 of work to be done on that, so some significant management to do there. And, of course, a full season of rec activities that Dave and the Commission, Dave Welch and the Commission will be managing in coming months. As you heard earlier also, there have been issues with collecting field rental fees in a timely way. I think Dave Welch has made has worked really hard to get caught up on that, and they've made a lot of really good progress on that. But I think the new Commission will have some work to do on putting in place a set of financial procedures that ensure that type of thing doesn't happen again. So for these reasons, most of the members of the advisory committee believe that the newly constituted Rec Commission should return with the project in a year, and that's why the advisory committee voted unanimously to not proceed with the project this year, and hence the motion for no action. I'll just note that the Capital Budget Committee came to the same conclusion and also voted unanimously not to proceed with the project this year. And you'll hear this in a minute from Select Board Chair Johnson, but I'll note that 2 members of the Select Board also voted to not proceed with the project this year. So a little bit of background, because I think it can be a little bit puzzling when advisory does a no action motion on what seems like a worthy project.
Okay, thank you. There isn't a motion yet, so
we can do it now.
Mr. Winters can do it now.
On exempt borrowing, Article 9, Item D, Jameson Field tennis courts and fencing, I move no action.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Johnson for the Select Board.
Yeah, we actually collected 2 votes. We voted to support the full project, 3-2, split vote, and just the tennis courts and fencing, the lesser expensive one you saw there, also 3-2 to support.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody who wants to speak to this item? Come down. And so just to be clear, the motion on the table is no action. So if you're in favor of the tennis courts, you want to defeat that motion. If you're in favor of no action, then you want to support the motion.
Hello, everyone. Is this on?
We get the mic on?
Is this on?
Now it is.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Wiemeyer, 28 Mill Street, Sherborn. I'm the chair of Sherborn's Disability Advisory Committee, and I'm a member of our Open Space Committee. I'm speaking up tonight about the proposal for no action to replace the 4 tennis courts and surrounding fencing at Jameson Field. I would like to urge you all to consider voting no to this motion of no action. I would then ask you to consider voting yes to a new motion in line with the Recreation Commission's original proposal to not only replace the 4 dilapidated tennis courts and surrounding fencing, but also add 2 pickleball courts in the space where the practice wall currently stands. Most importantly, I'm asking to make both spaces accessible to those with mobility challenges. With all due respect to the advisory board, who I know is challenged with some very big tasks, I disagree with their reasoning to pass on this project. Yes, the Recreation Department will have new members coming on board soon, but most commissions are continuously turning over, so I don't think that is a good reason to delay this decision. What remains constant, however, is the charge that the Select Board has bestowed upon the Recreation Commission and that will guide the new board as it has guided the previous one. Based on their mandate, the Recreation Commission has highlighted over the past 2 years that our tennis courts are well over 40 years old and have suffered significant wear and tear. If no action is taken to replace and update the courts, we run the risk of having them deemed unsafe and closed down. This may not happen this week or this month, but it will happen if they are not replaced. Even worse than this scenario is the possibility that somebody gets seriously injured while using courts that our Recreation Commission has recommended we replace. Regarding the Advisory Committee's argument that the Recreation Commission does not have the bandwidth to manage an additional large project, I've asked the Recreation Director if there is a danger of having too many projects, and he has assured me that the town can handle this project. If there are many moving parts, I am sure that a subcommittee can be created to help with this project. Which brings me to my main point, my main argument for voting no to the advisory motion and yes to the original proposal. These courts are more than just playing surfaces. They are Sherborn's only recreational facilities used by residents of all ages, from kids just starting out to adults staying active to seniors enjoying a friendly match.
Can you wrap up quickly, please?
Yep. They are a space that connects and benefits our entire community, and they're used extensively. I see lots of people on the courts, but the ones that I do not see, however, are the frail, the injured, or the disabled. This is because our town courts are simply not accessible for all users. Is it fair to keep pushing this project off year after year, thereby continually to exclude a portion of our community? I say no, and I ask you to say no as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else speaking to this?
Hi, Dave Strauss, 75 Nathan Hill Road. I am a user of these courts. I played pickleball there this morning. It was fun, but those courts they're getting pretty bad. We are going to, as people have said before, we are going to have to replace them sooner or later. And I think that we should let the town meeting and the town vote on whether we should do this now, because we're going to do it eventually, or we're going to have this space that's going to sit there unused. So I urge everybody to vote no on the open motion so that we as a town can vote on the real allocation. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are going to stop with the clapping, please. We're trying to get through the meeting. Thanks, Paul.
Hi, Paul Lorentzis. I rise to ask you to vote no on advisory's motion so that a favorable motion can be made for you to consider and vote upon. As a lawyer, I am concerned about the safety and the risk of lawsuits and injury that could arise from the continued use of facilities that we know are not up to standard. We have a responsibility, if we're putting things out for the public to use, to make sure they're safe, not just for the athletes, but for children, for seniors. And you've seen the photographs. And I have received many complaints from many people about their concern using these courts. I would also point out that a year's delay is going to make this much more expensive because the costs of construction has been going up steadily. Why pay more a year from now? And the final point I would make is volunteers make this town work. And all the volunteers that come forward on all the boards and committees, whether it's the planning board or the board of selectmen or advisory, they all managed to make this town work. Because there's turnover on a board, that's not a reason to say that these volunteers wouldn't get the job done. Please vote no.
Okay, next please.
Oh, yes. Hi. I'm Lori Howe, 16 Bridle Path, and just to follow up on what Paul just said, I'm the living example of what can happen on those tennis courts. While playing pickleball on the courts a couple years ago, I took a very, very bad fall when the toe of my sneaker got caught on that very picture that you just saw in the center a little bit ago. I fell on my face and hit hard on my front teeth and the whole right side of my body. I ripped the ligaments in my thumb, requiring months of physical therapy. I'm still seeing a dentist now 2 years later for my ongoing tooth problems. While the cuts and bruises have healed, my hand and teeth will never be the same. If this had happened to someone else, I'm sure the town would have sustained, to Paul's comment, a major lawsuit from the inexcusable condition of our old, tired, and deteriorated courts. Accidents will always happen. And even putting aside the liability issues, a town of Sherborn's caliber must offer recreational amenities to its residents as well as to new home buyers who expect certain amenities for their families. In addition to ball fields, this includes courts, both tennis and pickleball. And when you buy $1 million house or pay the high taxes that we all pay, one should be able to expect that not only are such facilities available, but in good and safe playing condition. Ball courts are not frivolous. They serve residents of all ages, as you've heard. Given the limited variety of recreational facilities in Sherborn, the courts are especially important. There are many nice-to-haves and need-to-haves being presented in this year's budget. In my mind, the tennis pickleball court project is a need-to-have, especially since they are now well beyond their useful life, and the price tag will only continue to go up.
Okay, can you wrap it up, please?
The cost is small compared to the well-being and safety of all of our residents.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong.
Tom Armstrong, 79 Hollis Street. I took a bike ride down to the courts as a former tennis player to see what the picture was. And while I was there, I spoke with one of the DS tennis coaches. In walking around the courts, I think the town should know that 3 of the 4 courts are pretty playable. One is got some problems, and I don't know whether patching will work to make them playable, but 3 of the 4 are okay for now. So if there are other reasons not to do this, I think you've got at least another year to go for certainly for those 3 courts and maybe for 4. So I think the pictures were a little misleading because they were close-ups of the nasty parts of the court. And if you take a broader view, zoom back, then you'll see that it's really not so horrendous.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay.
Good evening. Peter Moores, 45 Old Orchard, and Chair of the Capital Budget Committee. I just wanted to echo some of the things that Dan had said as to why the Capital Budget Committee did come out the way it did. One additional thing that we are considering is when the Capital Budget Committee looks at things, it looks at the whole capital budget plan. So this year, you might notice that the numbers are much higher than they have been historically. And so that was one of the things we also factor in trying to say which projects this year, maybe some other year in terms of timing. I would like to note also, though, that the Capital Budget Committee voted in favor of this project last year. And it isn't that the Capital Budget Committee doubts the validity or the need for this project, really kind of a question of timing. And also for those who are considering whether or not to do, just part of the project or the full project, it did come up at the Capital Budget Committee meeting, and I think that the members of the committee agreed that it made sense to do the entirety of the project and not try to do just part of the project when it is to be done. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else. So we can take a vote. This is a vote on a motion to take no action, which means a yes vote favors no action, and a no vote would be against taking no action, and presumably a subsequent motion would be made. So on the vote, on the motion for no action, please vote. Okay, so the motion for no action fails by a vote of 110 to 203. So is there an alternate motion that somebody wants to make?
I move that $623,000 be raised and appropriated to replace the 4 tennis courts, surrounding fencing, and install 2 pickleball courts and a new practice backboard. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer of the town, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow $623,000 pursuant to general laws, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or any other applicable statute, provided, however, that this appropriation shall not take effect until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by the general laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C(k), Proposition 2.5, so-called, the amounts required to pay the principal and interest on the bonds and notes authorized by this vote.
Okay, did somebody get that on your team, Jackie? You did, okay. So that's been... Is it on the form is what I was asking? Okay. Okay, and can I have a copy of it? Is there another copy or for town council or anyone? No? Okay. Yeah, I think it would be good if we had it up here. Does anyone want to speak to this motion? Mr. Kingsley. Yeah, go down there if you could. Thank you.
Doug Kingsley, 138 Farm Road. I just point out this motion is for, what did you say, $623,000? Is that what it's for?
Yes.
So the advisory committee, the capital budget committee, the select board had presentations from the rec commission for $540,000, and we all voted no, or with the exception of 3 selectmen, voted no on this. So now you're proposing something that's more than 100,000 more? That's the proposal? Am I getting this right? Okay, well, I would just echo that, you know, the courts are playable. The pictures were all close-ups. All those things can be fixed. You can put in a new winch, you can seal a crack, and you can put in a ramp for ADA in the short term for very short money. No one's saying we're not going to do this. We're saying not this year. It's not in the budget. We're not, and we don't have the management of the rec commission to do this. So that's my point.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to this?
Still on this side?
You can be any place. This is the yes side, and that was the no side, but you stay there.
Hi, Lisa Camp, 291 Western Ave. As someone who plays both pickleball and tennis, I can tell you, As someone who plays both pickleball and tennis, the courts are atrocious. Those sealant cracks have actually made the cracks worse, and they contract, and then they freeze, and then they expand. And they are exceedingly dangerous. There's excessive puddling due to depressions. That picture of the water, all of it goes down to courts 3 and 4 and the end, and it takes such a long time for them to dry out. I'm an empty nester now. I support the schools. I support the children's wing in the library. There are a lot of people, like we're saying, of all different ages, including those of us who don't have kids anymore, who are using like the playing fields and things like that. So how about supporting the middle-aged and older people in this town with some good amenities and some good exercise that's safe? That's a nightmare what that woman, had happen to her, and I don't want a lawsuit from somebody in this town, and I don't want it to be dangerous. I want it to be usable as much as possible. So please support this amenity.
Okay. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Okay, yep.
Mark Sennett, 75 Russet Hill Road. I just want to reiterate the point that Paul made. I was going to ask that question if we have a lawyer in the House, and we do. So I'm totally in support of this. It seems to me that we're getting dump trucks and 350 and 250 here. This affects so many people in the town. It's kind of who we are, represents us to a lot of people, to people outside the community. And I'm not a lawyer, but I've covered lawsuits, and the fact that this has been documented, there are issues, I think it would be crazy not to go forward. So I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Nora Lynch, 114 Woodland Street, and also on advisory. I just wanted to remind everyone that last year we did, as Peter Morris had mentioned, voted for favorable action for the tennis courts. And one of the things that on advisory that I've loved, I'm so happy that everybody's out here, because we always said, we have to look at fiscally. So I'm in support of doing, kind of in a sense breaking ranks here, but I've always wanted the people to decide, the voters to decide. So if that's what the vote, and I've been consistent with that, if that's what the voters want to decide, then I think it's great. And unfortunately, it got delayed a year because we all voted yes, favorable action for the pickleball and tennis courts, but I'm glad that we have democracy at work here. So I'm in favor, if the voters are in favor, I think it's great.
Okay, Mrs. Marple.
Carol Marple, Village Way. As an octogenarian, I'm no longer in that middle age group, but I did go down and look at the courts today, and to me this is a very clear decision. We either fix them or we close them. They're a huge liability to the town, and I hope to see nobody else injured the way Lori Howe was. So please vote yes on this article.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to speak to this? We have somebody in the back. Okay. We're going to move the question. So that calls for a majority vote, I believe. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? No. Okay. Okay, then we had a motion to move the question. I think we're going to have to vote on that. So that's a majority vote. Okay. So can we get a voting slide up? Or, I can do that just by a voice vote. How many want to move the question? Please signify by saying aye. Aye. About no. Okay, the question has been moved. We now have the motion on the floor that was made by Ms. Wiemeyer, and I'm going to read that to you. I move that $623,000 be raised and appropriated to replace the 4 tennis courts, surrounding fencing, and install 2 pickleball courts and a new practice backboard. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer of the town, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow $623,000 pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or any other applicable statute, provided that this appropriation shall not take effect until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by the General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C(k), Proposition 2.5, so-called, the amounts required to pay the principal and interest on the bonds and notes authorized by this vote. So please vote now. This is a 2/3 vote, by the way. Okay, so do we have the percentages up? Thank you. Okay, so the motion passes. Okay. The next item is article. The next item is the Article 9E, Sherborn Historical Items Display and Preservation Space. Doug Brown has a presentation on this article. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here with you all. Over 100 years ago, a very generous member of our community by the name of William Bradford Homer Dowse donated a library to the town. And because he loved history, he asked for the town for one thing in return: to provide a permanent home to the Sherborn Historical Society. The town has honored that wish for more than 100 years. But in 2020, due to COVID, the town needed more space, and so the Historical Society went into storage until another space could be provided. We all thought it would be a few months. It has been over 5 years. The good news is that space has been identified in the basement of the 1971 portion of the library, and we now have an opportunity to make Sherborn's history alive like never before. The new History Center will provide a home for the thousands of amazing artifacts of Sherborn's past, making them more accessible to our residents like never before. But it will also provide a gathering space for exhibitions, workshops, children's programming, and community activities. We have a number of exciting plans for the History Center. There will be exhibits with themes like critical past elections, important anniversary celebrations, life on the farm, and the history of Sherborn sports. We have ideas for supporting residents with family histories, developing oral histories from our seniors, and many ways to connect this history to our children's learning. But some might ask, why should we make an investment in our history? My answer is that doing so helps you understand your own life. When we study people who came before us, it causes us to ponder how we want to live our lives, what role we want to play in society and in our community. And when we study local history, it is even more impactful because we get to participate in it. We are making history together every day, and when we learn about the many generous people who came before us in town, it inspires us to want to do the same. But we can't be inspired if that history is in storage. We have to make it alive and accessible for our residents, and that is exactly what this History Center will do. And it will do so in a warm and welcoming environment that will promote learning and curiosity and connection, and will be housed in our library, which will be mutually reinforcing. It will help our children, our adults, and our seniors. A History Center, in short, is a symbol of a healthy and thriving community. Now let me close with a comment about cost, because fiscal responsibility has been a huge priority for us. We have worked tirelessly for months to help reduce the financial burden on the town, and those efforts have resulted in a reduction of cost to the town of about 50%, or over $500,000 from when we began these conversations. This has been done through a combination of value engineering to reduce the cost of the project itself, and also by finding sources other than the town to pick up a substantial portion of the project. We need a little over $1 million to complete the project. The proposal tonight is for the town to appropriate $600,000 to that end. All three committees that looked at this after fully vetting the proposal have voted in favor of it and are recommending a yes vote. The remainder will come through private fundraising, grants, and earmarks. We are delighted to report this evening that thanks to an anonymous donor who emerged out of the blue 3 weeks ago, we have already raised the remaining $400,000 to help make the project happen. This is a couple who was not even on our radar, but they care deeply about our town, and they have been inspired by others before them. They see the incredible value in sharing our collective history. But their gift is expressly conditioned on the town coming through with the $600,000 in funding this evening and on the ballot. They want to help, but they also want the town to fulfill its responsibility as it has done so well for 100 years. It is truly a wonderful news, and we now have a chance to make an incredible improvement to a town building and getting others to pay more than 40% of the cost. This will be transformational for our town, and it will do so in a fiscally prudent way. Let's not lose this opportunity to make this vision a reality. I urge you to vote yes on this motion and support the project. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sitchell, do you have a motion on this?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is exempt borrowing, Article 9, Item E, Sherborn Historical Items Display and Preservation Space, which requires 2/3 majority vote. I move favorable action and that the Treasurer Collector, with the approval of the Select Board, be authorized to borrow for the purposes of renovating space in the basement of the library to become the Sherborn Historical Items Display and Preservation Space. Item 9E, as set forth in the Advisory Committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, the sum of $600,000 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Paragraph 1, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, provided, however, that the vote shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5 so-called debt exclusion question pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Paragraph K. And these funds shall not be expended by the town until the town has received sufficient additional funds from private sources, grant commitments, or earmark commitments to construct the project.
Second. Mr. Johnson, does the Select Board have a vote?
Yes, the Select Board voted 5-0 to support.
Okay. Mrs. Hess?
Nancy Hess, 64 South Main Street, Sherborn.
Nancy, if you could, we might need to move that mic down a bit for you. There you go. Perfect.
If you don't mind, I'm going to address the voters.
What's that? Yeah, please do. You can keep it turned that way, I think. That's a good idea.
The Sherborn Historical Society is one of Sherborn's biggest bargains. Through the years, they've kept records of important events, collected and preserved various artifacts and treasures, shared them with the community through programs for the public as well as for the schools, maintained and manned a museum with no personnel or benefit costs shouldered by the taxpayers. They have packed up and moved to accommodate town needs of the moment many times, always with the understanding that the 1914 stipulation would be honored, and it has been for over 100 years, as was stated. Sherborn has a very rich history, and the collection and dedication to keeping it alive is amazing. I'm old enough to be one of their artifacts, so remember as a child being able to pop down in the basement of the Douse building to see interesting displays when going to get a library book. I have also witnessed my children and my grandchildren benefit from presentations and/or projects done through this living history. We need to help it thrive, let it continue to grow, recognize and appreciate the efforts past and present dedicated to that preservation and education so we can leave another 100 years of a healthy, irreplaceable institution. A yes vote equals only $24 on the average tax bill. We get the museum in place sooner rather than later, so we and many others get to enjoy it as we pay for it in small bites over many years. Please vote yes to support once again making a home for our history museum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Brian Conley, 9 Thoroughbred, also chair of the Library Trustees. And I just wanted to address in the minority report that you all received, there were some inaccuracies on describing the relationship with the library and the Historical Society. So the Library Trustees and library staff have assessed the storage space needs and programming space needs and concluded there was enough space in the lower level of the library for the History Center. This included consulting with the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, building experts who provided great advice on how a history center and a library could work together. So the library trustees did vote to allow the Sherborn Historical Society to use approximately 1,900 square feet. And this is going back 3 or 4 years. We've been working together with the Historical Society for 4 years on this project. And then secondly, the town library trustees and the Sherborn Historical Society.
Can you speak into the microphone? I think people are having a little trouble hearing.
Sure. This is
much better.
Okay. Secondly, the Historical Society and
you got to still look at the. You got to look at the mic.
And the town library trustees have been working together to set up operating procedures and activities. We've drafted memorandums of understanding that had very detailed 29 points of how we would work together. We're committed to creating policies and procedures to work on the building, work with the building. So we are more than equipped and more prepared as the library to work with the History Center should this be approved. And I just echo what Doug said earlier, where we've run some joint programs with the Sherborn Historical Society in the library as part of the 350th. It was standing room only, and it's really built and strengthened the relationship between those two organizations. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Dave Strauss, 75 Mason Hill Road. I actually just have a bunch of questions about this whole thing. I have never seen spelled out what the town's actual legal requirement for providing space is. Is this just space, or is this, as they want here, museum quality space? There's a huge difference between those two. I kind of question, why is the town's share of this project the lion's share of it? It's 60% of the $1 million that's been floated around. And I think it ought to be the other way around, if anything. Other towns have historical societies, and the towns do not, as far as I know, pay this much money to house their historical societies' collections. And I kind of question why $600,000 of cost is considered fiscally prudent. It ought to be a lot less, I think. And I also ask, going forward, if this facility is put into the library, what is the town's burden financially for supporting this space? It's not going to be free. We're going to have to pay something to maintain that space going forward. So I urge everybody to vote no and maybe reconsider this whole thing. Thank you.
Okay, in the back, please.
Hi, I'm Emily Young at 71 Nason Hill Road, and I would like to add to my neighbor's comments. And one is that the two things concern me about this project, and I'm speaking as someone who has experience dealing with museums, is that the $1.2 million cost is rather high. And then also my big concern for our town is the fact there are no cost protection, no cost overrun protections. So if the cost of this project does go beyond what is an estimate right now, is the town going to have to foot the bill? And I think it will. So I was just wanted to let people know to be concerned about that as well. Thank you.
Dan, do you want to address the language of the article? Okay, that's fine.
My name is Elizabeth Sudkin, and I live at 114 Woodland. And if I'm not mistaken, I thought that the Dowse family gave the money for the library. Is that correct?
Somebody know the answer to that? Doug, do you want to answer these questions?
Is that what you said? So if they gave the money to the library and their wish was that they would always be a museum, then how can we have the library and go against that? Number one. And most towns that have a lot less history than Sherborn have historical museums. And separately, the cost ongoing is going to be similar to what it would cost just to have the library intact, because it's a volunteer basis. And I, for one, would love to volunteer for this. Historical Society. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'd love to have you volunteer. So, and thank you for those comments. You're absolutely right. Let me just address a few of the things that have been mentioned. The Douse that I mentioned actually donated the building. The town has yielded enormous value from that over more than 100 years. By the way, the family has donated many other things to this town, a monument, another building. So it's quite unusual that someone has made a donation 100 years ago and has just asked for one thing, which is to accommodate the Historical Society. The town has done that for 100 years and has repeated on at least 4 times at this meeting that commitment and that obligation. Now, of course, there wasn't a specific monetary amount then, and that's why we view this as a shared responsibility, and that's why it is indeed we have committing to so much private fundraising. But we should be clear that the town has derived great value from this over many, many years. The other thing I just want to say, there's been a reference to museum quality. This is not museum quality, to be perfectly clear. As Marion, our esteemed select board member who has a lot of experience with architecture, when she looked at these architectural plans, we have a phenomenal architect who's done a bare bones model that she described as elegant but bare bones. He really used colors in different ways to be cost efficient. This architect has done dozens of these projects in towns for others. The cost is quite appropriate. We've kicked the tires so many different ways. We've squeezed as much as we can. It's not a huge space. This isn't a Taj Mahal. So hopefully I've addressed some of those questions. Thank you.
Okay. You, sir.
Thank you. Andy Huntoon, 148 Farm Road. Thank you. I'm not opposed to a historical space in the library. I think that's probably a great idea. I'm very strongly opposed to the cost of this. It's $1,200,000. I think it's better than saying $1.2 million because it makes it a real number. $1,200,000. It's $620 per square foot of space. You already have the building built. You're just doing finish work basically on the inside. It's an incredible sum of money. I'm an apartment developer. I build buildings for a living. This doesn't sound like value engineering to me. This doesn't sound like careful consideration of plans, budgeting to a cost number. This sounds like just spending a lot of money. You know, the apartments that everybody's aware of that'll get built by Toll Brothers at some point on the north side of town, those cost, including the land, those are about $350 a foot, or about half of what it would cost to fit out this, you know, call it 2,000 square feet of space. So this is a significant amount of money for a very small amount of space. The one thing I would like to just remind everybody, on page 2 of this handy little report that we were all mailed home, the town finance context, it says the financial environment facing the town is a continuing challenge, and the underlying pressures creating this challenge are unlikely to abate in the foreseeable future. It continues, a heavy load of capital projects is on the town's capital improvement plan for the next 6 years. New teacher and police contracts will be negotiated in the coming year. Additionally, Proposition 2.5 limits could become a constraining factor on what the town is able to do in the future. And then there's this neat little chart that was up on the screen earlier that shows that we're kind of using up our available capacity for these Proposition 2.5 overrides. We've approved a whole bunch of them already tonight, and this is another big one. It's $800,000. It's $600,000 in debt they're asking us all to pick up our share of, plus another $200,000 in free cash that the town would fund, and that works out to $720 per household in town. So when you're thinking about this, you're not just voting through a $30 or a $40 a year thing.
Okay.
You're actually spending
$720
per household. I think it's an important number to focus on. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Mr. Young.
Ken Young, 71 Nason Hill Road. I'm also a member of advisory. I just want to touch on a few points. First of all, advisory did vote in favor of this, but the vote was 5-4. Second, all these numbers are estimates. They're not biddable numbers, they're estimates. And then a question that my neighbor asked about the town's legal obligation. The obligation the town has, it assumed it by vote in the 1983 town meeting, to provide a room of approximately 700 square feet in a town building for the use of the Historical Society. Whether people choose to exceed that is a different matter, but that is the town's legal obligation. Room of approximately 700 square feet in a town building for the use of the Historical Society.
Okay, thank you. In the back, please.
Rick Novak, Nation Hill Farm, 36 Nation Hill Road. There is less than unanimity in our neighborhood. I'm strongly in favor of this. This is my 38th town and last town meeting. I have never been to a town meeting where a town board willingly moved out of their facility and sat for 5 years waiting for the replacement, only to have the replacement be volunteered, be funded 45% by private donors and have people vote it down. Are we out of our minds? It is the right thing to do for the Douses. It's good business to take advantage of this gigantic gift horse in the mouth. And the third and final reason is history is important. We are leaving town. We are putting a historic restriction on our property. You're not going to see 20 apartment buildings there. That's costing us well over 6 figures. And we will not be here to benefit from it. I ask each of you to vote a little bit of your money for this historic society facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Senate.
Mark Sennett, 75 Russet Hill Road. I'm a huge fan of the Douse family. They're awesome. And I'm very much in favor of history of Sherborn and the artifacts and supporting it. And I would love to see something like this built. But when I read this minority report, who wrote this? Who's here from the minority report? Anyone?
4 of the.
Okay. So when I look at this, I mean, and with all due respect to the Historical Society, these are pretty questionable issues. No other options presented. And I also, you know, my wife couldn't make it tonight, but we're like 1.2 million? And someone who knows about building costs, 600 plus per square foot. So if someone from the Historical Society, or perhaps you, Mr. Brown, could someone like defend this a little more, because it just doesn't seem to make sense. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you for the question. So one thing one has to understand, this isn't just finishing space. It's actually, there's nothing in the space now, so it's actually designing and developing the space. This is a commercial project for one, which is a lot different than a home project, which is why the price is higher. The other thing, it's a public project, which requires public contracting, and there is also a very significant contingency built into the project, which is required of public projects. So there are a whole bunch of reasons why it's more than what it would be for a private home. And again, we hired an exceptional architect who had all sorts of independent parties look at these costs and deemed it appropriate. So that's question one. I'll just address a few of the things in the minority report. One is that they had concerns about being able to get the 400 in fundraising. Of course, we've addressed those concerns because we've raised more than that money already, so that's no longer an issue. I previously talked to museum quality space. This is far from museum quality. This is appropriate for the artifacts that we have. We did consider many options. We actually vetted it with the committee many times and went back and changed it. This, in our view, was deemed the most fiscally prudent and appropriate for the town and the library, so that's why it's the option that we're recommending. We mentioned the library's operational needs. I think a member said we've had the library look at it, we've had the fiscal people in town. It's incremental operating expenses because the space is already there and has to be used. Brian already talked about the good relationship with the library and the fact that we've had long conversations with them. So I think that most of these questions, and then the $100,000, we heard one commentator say that there's 200 in free cash. It's not that. 100 in free cash was taken this evening because of these donors who said, we care about the responsibility of the town.
Can you please wrap up?
Sure. We're going to reallocate that. So it's only a total of 700, not 800. Thank you.
Okay. In the back, please.
Yep, Neil McPherson, Great Rock Road. So I just want to get confirmation that the total exposure for the town is $600,000 for the project. Because in general, I am supportive of the project, but when I think back to the library and at town meeting and the amount of money that was asked for back then, the cost of the library came out, I believe, 3+ times what we were told at town meeting. So my concern just becomes, if we're voting tonight, we know what we're voting for, and if that's $600,000, I just want to make sure that is confirmed, that that is the maximum exposure in terms of financial exposure that the taxpayers will face, unlike the library project.
Can I respond? I was going to have Dan respond.
Yeah, thanks for that. So what's proposed here is an allocation of appropriation of $600,000, and that's all that can be spent. And as you'll note in the motion that I read, it specifically said that none of those funds would be expended until sufficient funds have been raised from private sources, earmarks, government grants to construct the project. So that's the protection against cost overruns. If the bid comes in and it's higher, well, unless there's more private fundraising or more success with earmarks or grants, then nothing happens, because none of the $600,000 would be spent until sufficient other funds have been raised to construct the project. It's not a target of, well, raise $400,000 of other funds and then the project's a go. It is whatever it's going to take to construct the project needs to be raised before the $600,000 would be expended.
Okay, Mr. Hess. Frank Hess, 64 South Main. One thing to think about costs is, for the past 5 years, they've been paying $1,000 a month to store these things. And that only costs that amount because someone volunteered some office space to store the rest of it for nothing. So it's $1,000 a month for the past 5 years, and going forward, it will continue to go forward as long as they do nothing. Thank you.
Eric Johnson, 20 Snow Street. Something I don't think has been made clear here is that the 400 gift is contingent upon the authorization of 600. If the 600 is not authorized, that 400 is at risk. It may very well walk away. It's not like you can just go raise more. You're essentially starting from ground zero at that point. So that's why I want to make sure that information was clear.
Okay. Do we have any other comments?
Hi, Megan Hermita Liu. I'm at 127 Western Avenue, and I'm on the board of the Historical Society. And I just wanted to add to the conversation about the value that we think this will bring to Sherborn. In addition to the preservation and display of our historical artifacts, as Doug mentioned, we really intend to be a site of engagement for the town. And in the past year, despite the fact that the bulk of our archives were in storage, we still managed to have 6 programs at the library with over 600 attendees. And we do plan to continue offering these programs. We have one next month, actually. In addition, as Doug mentioned, other initiatives include oral history projects, partnerships with historical properties, a genealogy club, and we will, of course, continue to respond to the myriad requests made by officials, researchers, and town residents, of course. But most importantly, as I myself have 2 young kids, I'd really like to underscore the Historical Society's commitment to partnering with our schools, whether that's through the curricula or through extracurricular projects. In fact, tomorrow, our Master of Programming, Kevin Delaney, is welcoming Pine Hills kindergartners to his farm, where he's going to do an outdoor field trip, a partnership learning about farm life and trees and history. But ultimately, in order to explore the real potential of these collections, we need access to them, we need them out of storage, and we need a place and space in which to engage with them. So the aim of the Sherborn History Center is not just a site of preservation, but really one of connection. And so I hope that you all can support this endeavor. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Kingsley.
Doug Kingsley, 138 Farm Road. Dan Sickles' point is correct. The way the motion is written, we're voting on $600,000. But that doesn't, to answer Neil McPherson's question directly, that's not the upper limit of our liability, because if the bid, first of all, these aren't bids, okay? These aren't firm quotes. This is an estimate from an architect. If we say, oh, it's going to cost $1 million, let's proceed, and it ends up costing $2 million, I think everybody remembers that the library was massively over the original estimate. The town's going to have to pay for it. We're not going to start this project and not finish it. If it ends up being $1 million cost overrun, then the answer is we're going to have to pay for it out of our own pockets. So it won't be $600,000; it'll be $1.6 million. And to the point that was raised earlier about us being presented with multiple options, yeah, we were presented with multiple options, and they were all massively more expensive than the one you came up with at the end. Basically, you came to us, presented more expensive options, and then kept reducing it and reducing it and reducing it until you felt like you had the support and you got a 5-4 vote. I'm against this. I don't think we have the money. We got other priorities in town. We absolutely can't afford this.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hi. I'm Jane Branch. I'm at 15 North Main, and I'm the treasurer of the Sherborn Historical Society. And based on going off of what Eric just said, that we have this donor that has pledged this $400,000, and will this tiny volunteer-run organization be able to come up with the lion's share of what this project is proposed? And I think that we can. So just some numbers. Since we've started fundraising for this project in December, that's 3-4 months ago, we've raised nearly $80,000 in hand. It's in the bank, and 40% of that was donated by board members of the Sherborn Historical Society. There's $2,000 of that in hand that is contingent upon a positive vote tonight, in addition to the $400,000 from a donor plus an additional $15,000 matching that is pledged contingent upon the vote. It's not in hand, but it has been pledged. That's nearly $500,000. With the $600,000 that we're asking to be appropriated, that leaves us a very achievable fundraising goal to begin this project right now, if everybody says this is something that is valuable for the town, and I think that that is 100% achievable with a yes vote tonight.
Okay, Mr. Novak.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, if I can ask through you the two esteemed lawyers on the stage, the other two esteemed lawyers on the stage, Mike, sorry, town council and town council for many other towns, Paul DeRensis. I believe these statements just made by Mr. Kingsley about municipal finance are just dead wrong. And I'd like to have that clarified. Mr. McPherson asked a perfectly reasonable question, which is $600,000 the upper limit of our exposure on this vote? And I thought I heard the answer be clearly yes, saying that, wait, a contract is somehow going to magically be let for more than the amount of money allowed, and the contract will be signed and the contract will be binding, when the vote by its terms says you can't spend a dime until you have all the money in the kitty. Makes no sense to me. But I'm just a poor deal lawyer, so maybe you guys, municipal people, can explain it to me.
Do you want to address that, or does town council want to address it? Yeah. Paul, do you want to address that?
Such a contract is good, lawful, and enforceable. I think the point that was trying to be made is that we don't have the will to enforce it. That's a different issue. But if we want to enforce it, it's a good contract.
Mr. Moderator, that's not the question I was asking.
All right, town council, please.
Before a contract can be signed and be valid, there needs to be a full funding for the amount of the contract, if that's the question. So unless there is an additional authorization or appropriation of funds above what the amount is under this article, there can be no valid contract for a higher amount.
Does anyone have any new information to add to this debate?
Can I respond to that since it was directed at my comment?
I think we've kind of aired it out. You've made a comment, they've made a comment, people...
He's questioning the validity of my comment. Can I respond to it?
Well, I think it's been aired. I think both sides have been aired. Does anyone who's not spoken have anything new to add to this debate? Mr. Johnson.
Robert Johnson, 272 Western Avenue. It was mentioned earlier that the annual cost per residence would be $24. The voters of Sherborn have honored the town's commitment to provide space for the Sherborn Historical Society for well over 100 years. Let us voters here this evening not be the ones to renege on this commitment. If any Sherborn taxpayer feels that $24 per year is a strain on their annual budget, I will send them a check for $24 every year for as long as I live. Please spread the word to any of your friends and neighbors who might need help. The names will be kept confidential. Again, my name is Robert Johnson, and my mailing address is 272 Western Avenue. Please honor Sherborn's commitment to the Sherborn Historical Society by voting for this article. Thank you. This is a copy to go to the tax collector.
Mr. Moderator, Courtney Eck, 41 Green Lane. I'd like to move the previous question.
Okay. Very good. We're going to do this again by voice vote. All in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded, and we're ready to vote. So please vote now. There's a two-thirds vote. The two-thirds required, rather, for passage. Okay, could you show the percentages, please? Okay, the motion fails by just a few votes.
No clapping.
Article 9, free cash, items 1 through 8. This is going to be a consent agenda. As free cash transfers each requires a simple majority vote, I will well, there was a 34% on the bottom, so I'm thinking it was, but do you want to pull the percentages back up on that last one? Or the vote numbers? Somebody with a calculator can figure it out?
65.6%.
Okay.
No, we already voted.
We can move to reconsider. Yeah. Is somebody moving to reconsider? Okay. Is there a second? Okay. That's also a two-thirds vote. So.
No, wait.
It's not. It's a majority vote. Okay. Very good. It's a majority vote to reconsider, and then we would have to do the vote, and that would be a two-thirds vote. Okay. So. All in favor of reconsidering, please say aye.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. Point of order. Mr. Moderator,
yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Why this year, as opposed to previous years, are we doing voice votes on
to speed things along, because it's been a long agenda. So if
everyone's got a button, it takes 15 seconds.
Well, the slides have to come up, Doug. That's the reason. And the slide was not up, but now it's up, so we can vote on this. Please vote using your clickers on this now.
To reconsider.
This is the motion to reconsider. It's a motion to reconsider. Please vote now. Start the timer, please. Okay, so the motion to reconsider passes, and now we're back to the article being reconsidered, which is a two-thirds vote. Do we have any discussion that hasn't been discussed yet on this? No.
Yes. How about after the last vote, if people left the room thinking that the vote was over?
Oh, come
well, that's what a motion to reconsider is.
Do you want me to go down there?
Yes, please, Mike, if you want to.
Hopefully this provides clarity as opposed to the opposite. But on the cost overrun question, I was in the minority vote against this, and on the cost overrun aspect, the concern that I have is not so much before the bid, but after the bid. After a bid is accepted, any change orders, increases in the cost, that's the cost that we can't control. We can, the motion is written very well to protect us on the front end, but on the back end, during the project, there's no mechanism to control those costs. So that's the clarity I hope I'm providing.
Okay, again, anything that wasn't previously aired?
Chris Coney, 55 Maple Street. Just to address the analogy with the library, I may be mistaken, but I believe when we voted for funds for the library, it was just an estimate of the cost for the library. Here, the understanding, I believe, is that what we vote would only become enforceable upon a valid contract, which was not the case when we voted for the library fund. So I think it's and cost overruns are always going to happen, but that's something that, you can't predict. But I think the analogy with the library doesn't fit. Because when we voted for those funds for the library, there wasn't any contract, as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Nora Lynch, Advisory, 114 Woodland. Do you see how much fun we have on advisory? So I was part of the, I have to say that a capital budget, because some things had changed, I understand the no vote. Obviously, we have a lot of money we're spending this year on capital improvements, and as Peter had mentioned too. Although, at the advisory all-day meeting, I really, after talking to Doug a lot, after this, a lot of discussion, I really feel like this has to happen. We are spending actually over $1,100 a month in storage, and it's going to be done. Sean, I see, is going to be speaking next, or not. He can probably illuminate more on that. But at some point, we do have to address this. And history is very important to our town, as we just celebrate our 350th anniversary. And 1 minute remaining, I'll just make an impassioned plea, as I did on advisory, which came to the 5-4 decision to vote yes for this. Thank you.
All right. I think last comment, and then we're going to vote.
Sean Killeen, 1 Butler Street. The comparison of the library doesn't fit with this vote. And to clarify, the library vote in 2015, I think, allowed the full borrowing. So that's what happened when we had to finish and the cost overruns had to be paid for. There was no way for the town to say no. This vote is going to limit the treasurer's ability to borrow money. She cannot go back and borrow another couple $100,000 to cover it. She won't have the authority. We'll have to come back to this body again to spend more money. So if there's cost overruns and they exceed the contingency, then it's going to have to stop.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to vote. This is a reconsideration. It's a 2/3 vote. It's the motion that Mr. Sitchell read before on the historical space. Please vote now. Okay, so the motion, the reconsideration passed. Okay. All right, let's move on now to the free cash items 1 through 8. Okay. These are capital improvement items to be paid for with free cash. Can we have order? If folks are going to be leaving, please keep it down while you're leaving so people can hear. Thank you. These will be considered as a consent agenda as free cash transfers. Each requires a simple majority vote. I will read the line item title and the amount to be transferred from free cash for each item. If you wish to consider a line item separately, please say hold loudly when I read that line item number and name, and I will remove it from the consent agenda. We can address it separately after all unheld line items in the consent agenda are voted. Number 1, Sherborn Schools, the Pine Hill classroom floors, $30,000. Number 2, two police vehicles, $139,235. Number 3, fire, CPR device replacement, $29,000. Number 4, public works, facilities assessments, $35,000. Number 5, Public Works, water treatment PFAS, $100,000. Number 6, Public Works, water treatment Woodhaven and Leland Farms, $125,000. Number 7, IT, network switch and connectivity, $30,000. Number 8, Select Board, Town Hall meeting room furnishings, $25,000. Okay, so I didn't hear any holds. Mr. Sitchell, do you have a motion, please? Or Mr. Winters?
I move favorable action and that for the following items and sums. Number 1, Sherborn Schools, Pine Hill classroom floors, $30,000. Police vehicles, 2, $139,235. Fire, CPR device replacement, $29,000. Public Works, facilities assessments, $35,000. Public Works, water treatment PFAS, $100,000. Public Works, water treatment Woodhaven, Leland Farms, $125,000. IT, network switch and connectivity, $30,000. Select Board, Town Hall meeting room furnishings, $25,000 for a total of $513,235.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. All for the purposes as set forth in the Advisory Committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, and that the sum of $513,235 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury, said appropriation to be expended by June 30, 2028, with unexpended funds as of June 30, 2028 being returned to the general fund.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson, does the Select Board have a comment on these?
Yes, we voted unanimously 5-0 on each item to support.
Okay. This requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay. Motion passes. And we are now up to Article 10. So this article addresses 3 items that do not qualify as capital items, but they're also not annual expenses that would naturally fit into the operating budget. Accordingly, the advisory motions will be for them to be financed with free cash. As free cash transfers, each requires a simple majority vote. The first 2 of these items will be considered as a consent agenda. I will now read the line item, number, title, and the amount to be transferred from free cash for each item in this consent agenda. If you wish to consider the line item separately, please call a hold when I read that line item number and name, and I will remove it from the consent agenda, and we will address it separately after all unheld line items in the consent agenda are voted. Number 1 is IT server computer upgrade and replacement for $14,500. Number 2 is IT phone system upgrade and replacement for $20,000. I haven't heard any holds. Mr. Sitchell, is there a motion as to these items?
I move favorable action and that for the following items and sums. IT server computer upgrade and replacement, $14,500. IT phone system upgrade and replacement, $20,000, for a total of $34,500, all for the purposes as set forth in the advisory committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, that the sum of $34,500 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury, said appropriation to be expended by June 30th, 2028, with unexpended funds as of June 30th, 2028 being returned to the general fund.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson, does the Select Board have a comment?
Yes, Select Board voted 5-0 unanimously to support these items.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any, this is a consent agenda, no comments. We can just vote. Okay, please vote now. Okay, the motion carries on the those two free cash items. We will now consider Article 10, Item 3 within the substantial equipment, supplies, and services category. Mr. Winters, do you have a motion?
On Article 10, Item 3, zoning bylaw review and mapping update. This needs a majority vote. I move favorable action, and that for the purposes of conducting a zoning bylaw review and map update, Item 3 as set forth in the advisory committee report, including all incidental and related expenses, the sum of $75,000 be transferred from free cash in the Treasury, said appropriation to be expended by June 30, 2028, with unexpended funds as of June 30, 2028 being returned to the general fund.
Second.
Okay, the Select Board have a report on this?
5-0 in support.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak to this item? Okay. Then we can vote. This is a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, the motion carries for the funding for the Planning Board mapping update. Okay, Article 11, Regional School Capital Expense, Turf Field, Track, and Fencing. This article has two line items. The first item asks for the town to authorize Sherborn's share of the regional school assessment for this capital project in the amount of $617,150. This is a debt exclusion item, and it requires a 2/3 vote. The second item will ask for the town's approval of the use of excess and deficiency funds held by the regional school district in the amount of $350,000 for the same project. We now have a presentation by Angie Young of the Regional School Committee. Thank you.
I'm Angie Johnson at 44 Page Farm Road, and I'm a member of the Regional School Committee. The initial turf field and track at the region was completed with a generous gift coordinated by the Dover Sherborn Boosters in 2012, with the agreement that the Regional School Committee would be responsible for the ongoing maintenance and replacement costs. The importance of the athletic complex is many. It is used for regular school day activities like PE, high school athletics, youth sports, community programs, ability group activities, and residence. A turf field provides increased availability of field usage, especially during an unpredictable New England spring. There have been requests over the years from outside parties to add additional turf fields to the region's campus, but the Regional School Committee feels that one synthetic field serves the needs of the community, allowing us to balance all the demands while still properly maintaining the other grass fields that we have on campus. This is the only turf field between two towns. We deferred turf replacement until fiscal year 26 in order to align with the final debt payment for the middle school, which takes place this May. This provides approximately $700,000 of financial relief in the region's operating budget and reflected in the town's fiscal year 26 operating assessments. Additionally, the Regional School Committee voted to utilize $350,000 of excess and deficiency funds towards the project to lower the ask of the towns. The RSC voted unanimously to approve this project. We have employed Activists Incorporated based in Dedham to lead this project, and we are fortunate to have Mark Novak here. He is our project manager to discuss this project with us. We also have in the audience Emily Sullivan, our athletic director, and Cam Cicilano, who is our trainer. They can also address any issues you may have, and we have numerous athletes here who do use the fields.
Thank you, Angie. Mr. Moderator, my name is Mark Novak. I'm design principal with Activitas, and I have a very brief presentation on the proposed project. I know everyone's a little tired, and we would like to move on with things. So next slide, please. Why are we here? Next slide. Really, it's because the turf and track at the facility have reached the end of their useful life. You can see in this slide here, the seams, all the major seams across the field are clearly visible. That means that the carpet is actually contracting because it's reached the end of its life, and these seams are starting to fail. Next slide, please. Across the field, seam repairs and other failures in the turf carpet are becoming more and more regular and are needed to be taken care of on an increased rate. Next slide, please. As you can see, some of the turf repairs are focused in some of the heavier used areas of the field. These are in front of the goal mouse. It creates a safety issue for student athletes, specifically with ball roll, for field hockey and other sports like that. UV degradation on the surface is causing the fibers to break down and fail to the point where infill levels are becoming diminished. And with those diminished infill levels, we're reaching a point where the field is going to reach critical firmness from an impact attenuation standpoint. Next slide, please. Also, the track has seen better days. The field is approximately 12 years old. The track is also 12 years old since it was resurfaced, but the asphalt base extends over 20 years. Across the surface of the track, you can see spider cracking, seam failures, and also delamination of the track surface from the asphalt base. Next slide, please. So where are we now? Next slide. The project is proposing to remove and dispose of the existing track surfacing and install a new asphalt base with a new surface, a new urethane surface, which is a paved mat structural spray. This slide here shows a red track, but what's included in the project is actually a blue track. And all the lines will be restriped with new track markings to mimic the existing track layout. The synthetic turf field is going to be recycled or repurposed, and the project documents have called for a bill of lading and chain of custody to prove that this field is properly repurposed or recycled and will not enter a landfill. The type of carpet will be a dual fiber system, so it's monofilament and slip film. That's really kind of the state-of-the-art synthetic turf field system these days. It provides both long-term durability and aesthetics. One of the things that is proposed in this project that is actually an enhancement beyond the original field is the addition of a resilient underlayment to provide further impact attenuation to prevent against concussions and other sorts of injuries. The committee has also, the schools, regional schools have also decided to move forward with a natural infill. So instead of the crumb rubber that is currently in the field, we'll be going forward with a natural infill called Brock fill in sand. One of the key points that I'd like to mention about the synthetic turf field is there is no intentionally added PFAS in the manufacturing of this product. So any part of this product, there is no PFAS compounds included in the development of the fibers, the backing, or any part of this carpet. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the resilient underlayment that goes underneath the field. It's completely recyclable. It has a warranty of 16 years, so it'll last more than one carpet replacement. In fact, it is most like we've seen it last over 2 carpet replacements in other locations. Next slide, please. This is the natural wood infill. It is manufactured from loblolly pines, which are sustainably harvested down in Georgia. One of the great benefits of this natural infill is that it retains moisture. So in the summer on those hot days, it will help cool the surface of the field up to 30 degrees through evapotranspiration. Next slide, please. One of the other components of the project is to replace the existing lighting fixtures on site with LED lighting. Benefits of that: improved light control, limit of spill and glare, and even distribution of light across the track. But the key point is that additional use by the community will be afforded through a control system where the schools can manage the on-off switch from a cell phone.
Okay, time to wrap it up, please.
Yep. Next slide, please. So where are we going? And an image of what the proposed project would be.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Does anyone else? Oh, well, let's do a motion first. Mr. Sichel.
So this is exempt borrowing, regional school turf field, track and fencing, which requires 2/3 of majority. I move favorable action and that the treasurer collector, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow for the purposes of paying the town share of replacing the track field fencing at the middle school, high school campus. Item 11.1 is set forth in the advisory committee report table, including all incidental and related expenses, pursuant to an intergovernmental agreement with the Dover-Sherborn Regional School District and the town of Dover. The sum of $617,150 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Paragraph 1, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5 so-called debt exclusion question pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Paragraph K.
Second. Okay, Select Board.
The Select Board did not vote to support this at a 3-2 vote.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this item?
Good evening. My name is Tom Trainer. I'm at 97 Washington Street. I'm opposed to a major part of this article, the 2 acres of plastic field. I have 3 areas of concern: environmental, costs, and future of the schools. Environmental. Plastic fields are an environmental nightmare. This known fact is leading to the reconsideration of plastic across the world. One example, the city of Boston in 2022 banned the installation of any more plastic fields on its municipal properties. Scientific studies show significant amounts of the newly discovered micro and nanoplastic particles shedding from the artificial turf blades. These particles spread from the estimated 20,000 pounds of plastic in one field from rain runoff and wind. Microplastics are building up in our bodies, leading to health issues. Costs. Long-term field expenses can be cut almost in half by going with a modern, high-performance natural grass field. Please know that on the floor of the recent April 9 Lexington, Mass. Annual town meeting, that for a large new multi-use recreational field, a change was made to natural grass from the planned plastic option. I believe the same design firm that the schools is using is involved in that project. Finally, the future. The long-term future for plastic fields, I feel, is questionable. There's a bill now at the State House House Bill 339, an act prohibiting state and municipal contracts for the purchase and installation of artificial turf fields. When passed, this law will ensure no town in Massachusetts will be allowed in the future to place plastic fields. Wouldn't it be much safer for our two towns? Wouldn't it be much safer for our two towns to face the music now and
time's
stop
up. Thank you.
replacing fields?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Patrick Driscoll of 58 Old Richard Road. So I'm a Dover-Sherborn athlete. I'm a varsity soccer captain for next year, and I've been playing soccer my entire life. This turf is dangerous for me. I'm a goalie. I dive all the time. My legs are always getting torn up. All my buddies, they're all getting injured. ACLs, MCLs, PCLs, knee injuries, ankle injuries. Everything from this turf is pretty horrible, and we kind of need something new. I mean, a modern surface would just help anything. Even the track, I'm an athlete on the track and field team. We just had a meet today, and we just need new equipment, new materials for stuff, because people are getting injured, and it's just not good for our town and stuff like that. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, next, Ms. Beardsley.
Daryl Beardsley, 54 Forest Street, and this is about fields, not the track. And Tom has already covered some of the issues about the growing worldwide recognition of the health issues associated with microplastics, although the information about that has been accelerating lately, including a recent March 2024 New England Journal of Medicine reported that microplastics and nanoplastics are emerging as potential risk factor for cardiovascular disease, including increased risk of stroke and diabetes. And I just also want to point out that plastic particles can be ingested, inhaled, and even dermally absorbed, since nanoparticles are small enough to enter through skin pores. Harvard School of Public Health has recently reported that research points to potentially serious issues, health issues, and I'll skip over that for now. That's somewhat been covered. So what has this got to do with the artificial turf? The fact that the field needs replacement is evidence of its breakdown. Friction, UV, etc. contribute to the generation of micro and nanoparticles from the grass blades. And it's been roughly calculated at about 3.5 cubic feet to 2 cubic yards per field per year. Why haven't I noticed the microplastics, you might ask? Well, those volumes would not be readily apparent spread across an entire playing field. Picture putting down 2 cubic yards of compost onto that same area. Plus, the particles settle into the field, eventually entering soil and groundwater, or they're blown by wind, moved by rain, and inhaled by athletes. So children are more vulnerable to toxics due to their increased metabolisms and because they are still developing. So normal growth processes can be mutated or damaged. Youth are contending with a much more contaminated environment than we did, resulting in their body burdens being higher. They are worried about the world they are inheriting.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off at the 2 minutes.
Can I close?
I think if you come back and speak afterwards, after everyone else had a chance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hamilton Sen. I am a student athlete at Dover-Sherborn High School. I played on the state champion winning varsity soccer team, and I am serving as a captain for next year. My health, my teammates' health, and my friends' health all depend on the decisions you make tonight. I've witnessed too many injuries happen on our current turf where concrete shows through our patches and our patches are completely worn down. This is not just a field, this is where we train, compete, and where we dream. The condition of our high school turf is dangerous. It's not just hurting performance, it's hurting kids. In just the past sports seasons alone, the school has seen torn ACLs, MCLs, PCLs, badly sprained ankles, and a broken ankle. These are not just statistics, these are teammates, friends, people who had promising seasons, even careers cut short. As parents, siblings, and community members, I know you all want to keep your loved ones safe and healthy. Supporting a new turf field isn't just about sports, it's about safety, opportunity, and pride in our community. By voting to fund a new turf field, you're voting to protect us. You're voting to give us the safe environment we need to play the sports we love. Please stand with us. Your vote can help prevent the next injury and preserve the next stream.
Marianne Moore, 16 Morris Road. I'm afraid I oppose the artificial turf field replacement because these fields shed microplastics that threaten the environment and hear me out, and our health. I am an aquatic ecologist, and I've recently published scientific articles describing microplastics in fresh waters. They endanger the health of fish and that of us. Fish growth and survivorship are impaired when they ingest microplastics, and these small particles break down into even tinier pieces called nanoplastics. A medical study published in February in a highly regarded journal shows that the median weight of micro and nanoplastics in human brains, this is the median concentration, equals 7 grams, which is the weight of a plastic spoon. More worrying is that the concentration of micro and nanoplastics in human brains increased 50% between 2016 and 2024. I strongly urge people to vote no on this article because artificial turf fields shed an enormous amount of microplastic fibers into the environment. The Dover-Sherborn field drains into a wetland, which drains into the Charles River. The abundance of microplastic fibers in the Charles is already high, according to recent research, and much of those fibers are composed of polypropylene, polyethylene, and polyamide, the same chemicals in the fibers of artificial turf fields. We do not need more of these fibers in our shared environment.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Ronan Richards. I'm a senior at Dover-Sherborn. So my junior year for the football season, we had an unprecedented amount of non-contact injuries on the turf, and the coaches said that it would never happen again. But with the turf continuing to degrade, the same thing happened senior year. Almost all of our starters were out, many of them with non-contact injuries, and with the rising population of DS athletes, I think the turf is necessary to be replaced for decrease of injuries.
Okay, in the back.
Sarah Raggy, 39 Green Lane, and once again, I'd like to ask to move the question, please.
Okay, motion and a second to move the question. To which? Well, I think they've asked to move the question. I think we're trying to move this along. Is there information that, well, was that, there are others lined up to talk to? There were, but yeah. Was it? Yes. Okay, so we're going to take a vote on whether to move the question, and there are some folks who haven't spoken, and the school committee wants to respond to some of these comments, but we're also running a tight meeting, so you guys make your decision. All in favor of moving the question, please vote, I'm sorry, we don't have to do it by that, we can do it on this. Please vote now on your clicker. Okay, all right, so the question's been moved. Now we'll go to a vote. Okay, so this is a 2/3 vote for the capital expense. Please vote now. Okay, what's the percentage on that? Okay, so the motion carries by 2/3. Okay, do we have a motion on the second part of this article? So let's keep order. Talk outside if you want, but please let us do our business in here.
So this is a motion also on the regional school turf field track fencing, and this is approval of the school's use of excess and deficiency funds for this project for the turf field track and fencing. And just to briefly explain, so for the regional school district, their version of free cash is called excess and deficiency. Don't ask me why. It's a term of art. That's the term that gets used. So this is a motion to authorize the regional school committee to use $350,000 of excess and deficiency or their free cash for this project. So the motion goes as follows. I move favorable action to approve the regional school's use of $350,000 of excess and deficiency funds for replacing the turf field track fencing at the middle school, high school campus. Item 11.2 as set forth in the advisory committee report, and it's a simple majority vote.
Second. Okay, Select Board have a vote on this?
It was all within the same vote, 3-2 not to support.
Okay. And does anyone want to speak on this item?
All right. So, what my issue is not having an improved field. It's that there should be natural grass. And the reason for that is I'd like to be part of modeling for upcoming generations how to begin adapting our society's ways.
So can we speak to the motion, please? The motion is whether to use the
Yes.
excess and deficiency funds for this project.
But it pertains to the turf.
I think if there's information that hasn't been presented that has to do with the use of these funds for this project, then that's in order.
Because I still think that the turf is going to impact the health of youth, and that we have a responsibility to make decisions in a better way on their behalf and for the future, and the future that they face. And natural grass would be an alternative way to do it, and that is not turf. So
Okay.
thank you. That's it.
Just want to move the motion.
Okay.
There's a question.
Okay, we have another move the question second. All in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Great. Okay, this is a majority vote on whether to use the excess and approve the use of the excess and deficiency funds. Please vote now. All right. That item was approved. Now we're on to Article 12, use of free cash. Mr. Winters, does advisory have a motion?
I move that no action be taken.
Second.
Okay. Hey, folks. Please, if you're going to leave, please leave in a quiet way. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson, does Select Board have a vote on this?
Yeah, 5-0 unanimous to support.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, can I make a comment that doesn't have to do this, but to the people leaving?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I just want people who are leaving out, who probably came and voted for the turf article, to recognize that any article can be brought up again tonight or Thursday night, and this won by 2%. Just want you to know that as you're walking out the door.
Okay.
There you go.
We got. All right, this is an article that there are no proposed additional uses of free cash, so I'm assuming there's no comments on this. We can just vote, so please vote now. Okay, that motion carries. Article 13, Citizens Petition for the Structure of the Town Governance Task Force 3. Mr. Yeah, you can do your presentation first. That's a good idea. Mrs. Lincoln.
Thank you. I apologize for having my back to everybody in the audience, but I'm trying to avoid an embarrassing face plant. My legs are not in great shape. I'm here as one of the 15 signatories on a citizen's petition asking for the creation of Structure of Town Government Task Force number 3. We've already had number 1. That was in 2014. That's when the select board went from 3 to 5 members. And then we had Task Force 2 in 2019 that had 4 articles that were proposed and passed at town meeting. One was converting the town treasurer position from elected to appointed. One was the implementation of quarterly tax billing. 3 was the consolidation of IT management into one center instead of being handled by each individual department. And the 4th was the authorization of the TA to engage outside HR consultant when necessary. And we're looking to create, there were also several smaller issues that did not require the vote of town meeting, but could be handled administratively, and that included accepting credit cards at town hall, and we also conducted a resident satisfaction survey that was recommended that be repeated every 5 years. So we've actually come to 7 years since the last one, and we think it would be very helpful to the town and important to continue with this, doing the Structure of Town Government Task Force and having Task Force number 3. We're proposing the exact same structure of the committee that was done for the last 2, and I can't speak with a lot of knowledge about Task Force 1, but I served on Task Force 2, and Task Force 2 actually developed its own methodology, which I think really worked out very well. We queried, well, first of all, we queried all the town residents about things that they felt went well and things that needed some tweaking and improvement in the town. We also interviewed all of the professional staff, not all of them, but representatives from each department, and also the volunteer committee persons, and asked them what they thought went well in their particular area of responsibility and what could be improved. We then identified some common themes that seemed to pop up when people were interviewed. We looked at 10 comparable towns and interviewed each of those towns about how they handled similar systems, or similar problems rather, and also asked them if they had anything that they were particularly proud of that they thought was quite innovative. And then we drafted 4 warrant articles for town meeting, and then we wrote the final report, and it's actually on the town website if you'd like to read it. So we think it's important to keep up this tradition. It keeps, for 2 reasons really, or 3 reasons. First of all, needs and technologies change, so that we recommend that we do this every 5 years. 2 is that we get an opportunity to once again query representatives of the town professional staff, of the committees, and of the residents. And number 3, we actually get to go back and evaluate the past changes that we suggested to see if they worked out very well or whether they just totally bombed and need to be tweaked. So we would hope that we would pass Article 13, and I think it's important to keep in mind Couple things. First of all, we're talking about the focus is on the structure of town government, not the policies of town government. Number two is that this committee task force has no authority to actually implement any of the changes. Those things need to be handled by the vote of the members of town meeting, and those things that could be handled administratively by professional staff. And we'd also think, this, in view of the discussion tonight, one of the nicest things about the structure of Town Government Task Force is it has zero funding request.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Sitchell, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and that the town allow the town moderator, after consultation with the Select Board, to appoint a task force entitled Governance Task Force 3 of 5 registered voters to recommend changes to the town bylaws dealing with governance as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second.
Does the Select Board have a report?
5-0 in favor.
Okay, great. Anybody else have any comments? Okay. This requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, motion carries. Article 14, Town Clerk, elected to appointed. Our Town Clerk, Jackie Morris, will now make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I requested that this article be placed on the warrant as I am planning on retiring, date to be determined. While succession planning has worked in the past, the current staff is not interested in becoming the town clerk, so I am recommending that the position now become appointed for the following reasons. It is in the town's best interest to have the ability to hire someone with municipal experience. An appointed position allows the town to look at a larger pool of candidates. The position has changed over the years, and running elections have become more complicated with the introduction of permanent vote by mail and early voting in person. Many towns are now in the process of changing the position from elected to appointed due to the complexities of the position. There are now at least 7 different software programs that the town clerk must manage or use, including vital records, elections and voter registration, ethics, dog licensing, and boards and committee software, in addition to posting meetings and agendas on the town's website. The town clerk is also a main contact for guidance on open meeting law and campaign finance, is the town's public records access officer, manages the logistics for the setup of town meeting, certifies the bylaws passed at town meeting, and is mandated by the state to mail and manage the annual town census. The majority of what the town clerk does is determined and are mandated by federal, state, and local laws. Not complying with or having limited or no knowledge of these laws could be detrimental to the town. An appointed town clerk, after consideration from the hiring committee and the town administrator, would be appointed by the select board and then report to the town administrator. The town clerk is also the only remaining paid elected official in town. For these reasons and many others, I ask you to please support changing the town clerk's position from elected to appointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winters, does advisory have a motion?
I move favorable action and that the town make the elected office of town clerk an appointed office, such office to be appointed by the select board for a term not to exceed 3 years, provided, however, that such change shall not take effect until or unless approved by the voters at the annual town election, and further that any incumbent holding office at the time of acceptance will serve out the remainder of the elected term.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that favorable action be taken. Select Board have a comment on this?
5-0 in favor.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak on this article? Okay, seeing none. This article requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, motion carries, and the article is approved. Article 15, to amend Chapter 7, Article 4 of the bylaws concerning the Traffic Safety Committee. Mr. Sichel, does advisory have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and that the town remove Chapter 7, Article 4, Traffic Safety Committee of the general bylaw in its entirety.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, any report?
Unanimous, 5-0 in favor.
Okay, does anyone want to comment on this? Okay, let's vote. Please vote now. Okay, the article passes, and we're on to Article 16, Sherborn 1858 Townhouse lease. Mr. Winters, does advisory have a motion?
I move favorable action and that the town authorize the select board to enter into a lease and/or extend the term of the existing lease of the Sherborn 1858 Townhouse at 3 Sanger Street, and to take any action as may be necessary under state law to effectuate such lease, pass any vote, or take any action thereto.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that favorable action be taken. Mr. Johnson.
5-0.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak on this article? Okay, seeing none. Article 16 is a majority vote article. Please vote now. Okay, the motion carries. Article 17, this concerns miscellaneous zoning bylaw updates, and we have a report and presentation by the Planning Board. And I just want to say we have, I think, 4 zoning articles and 4 other articles left on this agenda. I want to try to finish up tonight, but it's going to take cooperation by everybody in terms of trying to be efficient in their remarks, and you know, if somebody says something that you agree with, you can just say you agree with it. You don't have to restate it. And I think we can get through with it at a reasonable enough time this evening to get this work done. For the Planning Board, you can start your presentation now.
So just real quickly, the Planning Board held a public hearing on each of these articles, and all of them we have voted unanimously to support all 4 articles that are about to be presented. Jeff Harrison is going to present the zoning bylaw update.
Hi, the zoning bylaw update is a collection of clarification and cleanup items, mostly what we would call housekeeping. It includes bringing terminology up to match current regulations, aligning with state laws, clarifying specific items that the building inspector has noted are confusing, and adding language on the property division to the affordable housing bylaw. I'm going to try to summarize the specific changes in my 5 minutes, but there is a handout with line-by-line explanations on the back table in the middle. So starting with definitions. The allowable height of a building is measured from the elevation of the ground surface around the building's exterior walls. Currently, each wall's ground elevation is set at the lowest point along the entire wall length, and the walls are then averaged. This is the term average lowest finished grade. This one article would add a nuance that allows for using sections of wall so that one low point on a long wall would not dramatically skew the elevation for that entire wall. The idea is that overall building height would be less likely to prevent building the walkout basement or the drive-under garage that the homeowner wants. In the definition of structure, the height of permit-exempt fences is 7 feet in the state building code and 6 feet in our zoning bylaws. We'd like to make this consistent. It would also exempt at-grade structures that are similar, like patios and driveways, which also do not require building permits. Next slide. Section 2.1, classes of districts, would be updated to indicate legacy zoning that's no longer in use and completing the list of overlay districts. In schedule of use, section 3.2, first, renting rooms. This would clarify the duration for which short-term rentals are not permitted. Next, professional occupation. Home-based businesses are currently prohibited from storing vehicles, equipment, and materials outside. This change would allow the Board of Appeals to permit certain limited exterior storage on a case-by-case basis. Daycares. The state has classified daycares as protected uses, allowed in all districts. In our bylaws, they are currently grouped with private schools, which require a special permit. Because we cannot require a special permit for daycares, we have to designate them as a separate use. Duplexes. Duplexes are currently grouped in with multi-dwellings, but they are treated differently from multi-dwellings in the building code. Additionally, duplexes are allowed by special permit in the open space subdivision. So this would separate duplexes out into their own use. And finally, the table of use would be updated to match those changes in the schedule of use. Section 4.1 was added in 2018. It allows small accessory sheds to be closer to the side and rear property lines. They get half the setback values. This bylaw would give the same benefit to other structures that are similar in size, height, and permanence, such as arbors and pergolas. Section 4.2 contains the schedule of dimension requirements. The bylaw would amend the footnotes only to clarify the definition of minimum lot width to incorporate Zoning Board of Appeals interpretation of regular lot shape, meaning the lot can't have drastic width changes between the street and the setback line. This would also delete the provision that the Planning Board can grant an exception. And finally, we added a simple clarification that overlay districts have their own dimensional requirements separate from what is in that schedule. And my last slide, Section 4.3, special requirements, would be made consistent with many other bylaw sections, including replacing terminology, differentiating duplexes from multi-dwellings, and other consistency changes. Section 4.4 was added in the past to allow for what's called rear lots, that is, lots with less street frontage, but more total area and very large setbacks. This bylaw would essentially correct a typo that related to reduced setbacks for small accessory structures, and it also clarifies that these accessory structures with reduced setbacks cannot have dwelling units. Section 4.9, affordable housing, currently doesn't have the common term inclusionary zoning, so a search for that term would come up empty, potentially leading one to believe there are no inclusionary zoning requirements. This bylaw just adds that term. And it also adds language that would prevent a developer from splitting up a project in time or space to make smaller projects that aren't subject to affordable housing requirements. For example, if there was one 10-acre parcel in 1-acre zoning, we don't want a developer to divide the parcel in two smaller 5-acre projects simply to avoid the 6-unit minimum where affordable housing requirements kick in. I know that was a lot and it was really fast, but that sums up the modifications in the updates bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Sitchell, do you have advisory as a motion?
I do. Thank you. And let me just note that on this and the following three zoning bylaw planning board articles that advisory voted 9-0 in favor of each of them. So on this one, the motion is, I move favorable action and that the town amend the Sherborn zoning bylaws by amending sections 240-1.5 definitions, sections 240-2.1 classes of districts, section 240-3.2 schedule of use regulations 3, 5, 14, 26, adding section 240-3.2, 14A and 26A, amending table of use regulations 14A, 26, 26A, and footnotes, amending section 240-4.1 basic requirements A-1, A-2, and A-5, amending section 240-4.2 schedule of dimensional requirements, footnotes, and amending 240-4.3 special requirements F, amending 240-4.4 street frontage F5B, amending section 240-4.9 affordable housing A2, and adding A3, 4, 5, and 6 as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Does the select board have a vote?
Unanimous 5-0 support.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak to this article?
I'm Michael Newman, 16 Nason Hill Lane. I have 4 proposed amendments to the text of this bylaw. Section 243.214A says that it is permissive, but the table in the text says that it is allowed. I proposed I move that the text be changed to be allowed instead of what is stated as permissive. Section 244.13 lists a size limit of 250 square feet. I move that it be amended to 256 square feet, since 8 by 8 or 16 by 16 structures are typical. Section 244.1 sub 4 has a complex formula talking about half the setback distance being the limit in height. In some places that would result in allowing a 20 or 30 foot high shed at half the setback distance. I move that that section be changed to a single story up to 16 feet high to allow for a pitched roof instead of the current text, which discusses pitched roofs and half of the dimensions. And lastly, in section 243.25E, it discusses limits on parking for commercial vehicles. It turns out that if you have a business and you have a vehicle licensed in the business, that vehicle has to be licensed as a commercial vehicle, and this would create an unintended parking restriction. I move that we change commercial to construction vehicles so that it allows a business owner to title a vehicle in the name of his business.
Okay. Is there any second to that motion or those motions? Okay, hearing none. We can proceed with the main article. Does anybody have any other comments on the main article? Do we need a second? Do we need a second? Oh, on the amendment? Yeah. There was one? There was not. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? All right, then we can move to a vote. This is a 2/3 vote. Oh, is there somebody else coming down? Okay.
I just wanted to respond to the comment about the potential modifications to this particular warrant article. Earlier in the meeting, in the capital budgets, in Article 10, it was voted to approve a comprehensive bylaw update. So this bylaw update was basically cherry-picking items that we knew were problematic. But there is a comprehensive bylaw update that was approved in the budget for next year's budget. And so given that the Planning Board hasn't had time to look at these proposed amendments and consider them and consider the ramifications, I would propose that these be considered as part of next year's effort for a more comprehensive review rather than voting them at this time. That's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we're ready to proceed to a vote on this item. It's a 2/3 vote.
And this is on the main motion.
This is the main, well, the amendment was not seconded, right?
I don't think people.
Okay, the amendment was not seconded, so we're voting on the motion that was before the floor, which was the advisory committee motion. Thanks for pointing that out. And it's a 2/3 vote, so please vote now. Okay. That article passes. Article 18, amending the zoning bylaws for the floodplain district. Planning Board, please. Do we have the presentation up for this article, please?
So this article basically is, we've done this before as a town. FEMA comes forth and says, we need you to change these things. This is something that every town is given the same recommendations for changes, so this is not unique to Sherborn. This is a program that's required that we have to pass as a town in order for our town residents to be able to obtain flood insurance. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So just as it says, federal requirement for being part of the National Flood Insurance Program. the boundaries correspond to the floodplain maps that FEMA has submitted. The bylaw updates the map, adds the recommended changes by the Flood Management Program, DCR. Next slide. And basically no exemptions. The big modifications are that there changes from what we had was updating language to say no exemption from floodplain related requirements. It removes the specific street addresses from the actual building of office buildings because those can change, and it updates the floodplain district map. The next slide. And this is the map that FEMA has provided. As a homeowner, you are always welcome to take it up with FEMA. If you have concerns about the map, there is a process for that. But the most important thing is this is something that we've done before as a town. These come to us. It's pretty standard procedure. We need to pass this in order to ensure that homeowners can get the insurance they need.
Okay, thank you. Does the advisory have a motion on this?
I move favorable action and that the town amend the Sherborn zoning bylaws to incorporate the floodplain district updates required by the state by amending sections 240-5.5 C3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, D, E, 2, F, G, and I, 1B, as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson?
5-0 in favor.
Okay, very good. Does anyone else have any comments or questions on this article? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote. This is a 2/3 vote on the motion, the favorable motion on this article. Please vote. Okay, motion carries. Article 19, to amend the zoning bylaws for the ADU regulations. Do we have a presentation on this? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jim Garino of the Planning Board. And so Article 19, we're asking to amend the accessory dwelling unit, ADU updates. Next slide, please. So we've had an ADU bylaw in the book since 2018 that was formerly an in-law unit or apartment that we're now going to call special permit ADU, and that goes up to 1,200 square feet, can be attached or detached, and the requirement is that the owner either lives in the principal or accessory dwelling. For the special permit ADU, it requires a special permit, and local regulations apply, meaning bedrooms would be counted toward the septic capacity. Next slide, please. So the state enacted a new law last August, which went into effect in February, and requires protected use ADUs to be allowed by right, no special permit required. And this would be up to 900 square feet, attached or detached, one ADU per single-family home, and the owner is not required to live in the principal or accessory dwelling unit. Local regulations would still apply. So, next slide, please. So there's two categories of ADUs that we're proposing. We would keep the special permit ADU at 1,200 square feet and also add the protected use ADU at up to 900 square feet, or half of the square footage of the principal unit, up to 900 square feet. So the special permit would continue to require special permit to be renewed every 4 years, and the protected use ADU would not require a special permit. Local regulations apply for both, and there would be an owner residence requirement for the special permit or 1,200 square foot unit, and not for the protected use ADU. Short-term rentals would be restricted for both, so after 30 days, and you would be allowed one of each. Next slide, please. So the proposed warrant article would change the definitions and clarify dwelling unit specifically to be consistent with the state law, and amend other definitions to be consistent with the ADU requirements. And the schedule of use regulations and tables would also be updated. So that's the end of the slides.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Sichel, does the advisory have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and the town to amend the Sherborn zoning bylaws pertaining to accessory dwelling units to be in compliance with state laws by amending sections 240-1.5 definitions, 240-3.2 schedule of use regulations, 1, 2, 2A, 2A, 8, adding section 240-3.2, 2A9, 2A, amending table of use regulations 2, 2A, as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that favorable action be taken. Mr. Johnson?
5-0 in support.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this article? Okay, seeing none, we can vote. This requires a majority vote. Excuse me. This is a zoning bylaw, but by statute it requires only a majority vote for this type of zoning bylaw. Please vote now. Okay, motion carries. And we're on to Article 20. This is the MBTA zoning article. We'll now have a report and presentation by the Planning Board.
Okay, so we can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the brief history. 2021 state law MBTA Communities Act is passed because the state recognized that it's difficult for first-time home buyers, those who don't qualify for affordable homes, have difficulty. We need to increase the amount of housing, so this is the state's method. There are 177 MBTA communities. Sherborn was classified, actually, important thing here, the first original version of the state law treated all communities the same, and as a town we were advised and we did decide maybe there's an option for a homeroom petition, and we took that option as a town. However, we have held that because in 2 years later the state came back and said, wait, we listened to everyone's concerns. Sherborn sent a lot of concerns to the state about the original first version of MBTA 3A law, and those concerns were heard. Not everything's perfect, but we did get to be qualified as a small adjacent community, and we need to be compliant by 2025. Zoning is only a use. It's how land can be used. This is not a project that's being proposed. The rule requires all we have to do as a town is adopt this bylaw and designate a compliance zone. So the next slide, please. So we've been working on this as a planning board since 2022. We've had a number of hearings. We've had 2 rounds of technical assistance. The first round was based on that first version the state sent out, and then when there was a new version, we were qualified for a second round of technical assistance. So there's been a lot of eyes on this. As you can see, we've had several hearings, public hearings in February of 2024. Then we came back to the drawing board with new technical assistance, had a mapping workshop and townwide mailing in June 2024. Continued working throughout the summer last year, got lots of feedbacks, community survey, townwide mailings. Our town planner has held numerous town office hours, has met with so many people throughout town at different settings in order to try and get feedback as well as engagement as well as education. Next slide, please. So Sherborn being a small adjacent community, our requirement is for a minimum of the minimum says 78 multifamily units, but because we've created this designated this 6-acre parcel, and the state law requires up to 15 units per acre, that can translate up to 90 units. In all the review and all the meetings that we've had and looking at all the parcels, and it had to be a parcel of land not owned by town, we identified a parcel that made the most sense logistically as far as in the spirit of MBTA communities being closer to public transportation. And it's a 21-acre parcel, but only up to 6 acres would be optioned for a multifamily. So there's a limit. And the owners of that land are not opposed to their parcel being selected. It adds an additional use. It adds an additional use that provides an opportunity that is in many ways more favorable than a 40B. A 40B right now is already an option for that parcel. So 3A provides an economic opportunity that is better for the owners as well as less density. It allows a developer to do something with less density. However, this again is only a use. It's only a zoning overlay. There's no project. There may not ever be a project. That's just the way that zoning works. Next one. So we've done this map. This shows where the parcel is. It's up on the adjacent land where some of that land already is connected to water resources from Framingham. So there's potential that this makes sense environmentally for this parcel, as well as the logistics of being near public transportation. The next slide. So what happens if we don't comply? You've all heard. We're a small adjacent community. This is a pretty easy ask compared to other communities. The original ask before we were designated a small adjacent was 750 units, which would have been more than 50%. There are there's lots of legal cases. Sherborn received a lot of funding for various projects in our town. As you can see, the roundabout was a huge beneficiary of state grants. Our water improvements for Woodhaven Leland have gotten grants. Our libraries have gotten grants. A majority of projects get some matching funds that we need in the town as a town, and those would be at risk if we do not comply. You can go ahead to the next one.
So I think it's time to wrap up. Addie Mae.
Okay. Yep, this is the last slide. Just basically, it's one up to 6 acre parcel within the 21-acre parcel that would be zoned. Zoning, our downtown district is zoned business general. It's all of these things. 3A is local compliance, so it's not like 40B that overrides local compliance. 3A falls under local zoning, so all of the same, whatever the Board of Health are.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Do we have a motion on this article?
I move favorable action and that the town amend the Sherborn zoning bylaws by adding section 240-5.7 multifamily overlay district MOD, amending section 240-9.1 Sherborn's zoning map, which is attached to section 240 as attachment 2, and amending any other associated sections where applicable as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that favorable action be taken. Select Board?
5-0 in support.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments on this article or want to speak to it? Okay. Seeing none, we can go to a vote. This is also another zoning article that can be a majority vote. That is a majority vote. Okay, motion carries. Article 21, amend the Personnel Administration Plan. Mr. Sitchell, does advisory have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I do. I move favorable action and that the town amend the Personnel Administration Plan by adding a new section 32, Policy on Outside Employment, as set forth in the advisory committee report.
Second.
Does the Select Board have a vote?
5-0 in support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone else want to speak on this article? Okay, seeing none, this is a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, motion carries. Article 22, the prudent investor rule. Mr. Winters, does advisory have a motion on this?
I move favorable action and that the town accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54B, to allow town trusts to be invested in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 203C, the so-called prudent investor rule.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that favorable action be taken to Select Board.
5-0 support.
Does anyone want to speak to this article? Okay, seeing none, we can take a vote. Please vote now. This is a majority vote. Okay, motion carries. Article 23, Affordable Housing Covenant and Restriction. Mr. Sitchell, does advisory have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and that the town grant and/or accept an affordable housing covenant and affordable housing restriction pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Sections 31 to 33 on the property located at Village Way, Woodhaven Elder Housing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Select Board.
Unanimous 5-0 support.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to this article? Okay, seeing none, this article requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Okay, the motion carries. The article passes. Article 24, Public Meeting Recording Bylaw. Does advisory have a motion on this one?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and that the town add Section 7-2.1, Recording of Public Meetings, to the general bylaw as set forth in the Advisory Committee report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Does the Select Board have a comment on this one?
5-0 in support.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to this? Yes, sir.
Doug Ambos, 47 Lake Street, and I'm a member of the Cable and TV Advisory Committee as well as on the board of the Dover-Sherborn Cable Access Corporation, DSC-TV, who's currently videotaping this now as a public meeting to be shown on cable and viewed on YouTube by other people. So I apologize, this is the last item, and I haven't actually read it until now. And I wonder, it doesn't talk about how to execute this, how to go about executing it. And if the expectation is that the meeting organizers tape it themselves, get a camera, get a video and audio recording, if it's an in-person meeting, for example, it's pretty straightforward if you're doing it on Zoom. There's no mention of a budgeting for it, who's responsible, and so on. The expectation might be that the local cable TV would cover it, but that organization is only on the hook to cover certain meetings, and we don't have the staff or the volunteers to do all the meetings you mentioned here, potentially. So I think this is premature, and there's no details on how to execute it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marcet, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeremy Marcet, Town Administrator. Earlier last year, the Select Board implemented some policies to improve meeting transparency and participation. One of those requirements, one of those policies was for regulatory boards to record meetings. This bylaw addition would help formalize those requirements to require that the boards listed in the proposed bylaw record audio and video of all of their open meetings. with the exception of executive session meetings. It's intentionally silent on implementation to give the town flexibility. It's not envisioned that Dover Sherborn TV would be the one or the entity that would be requested to record the audio or video of all these meetings. It would be up to the meeting, the committees themselves to determine the appropriate method, likely via Zoom, which all of these committees currently use. And to record the audio and video. The raw data would then be stored at Sherborn Town Hall and would be made available to the public upon request. We don't envision any additional effort on behalf of Dover Sherborn TV, nor any additional budget required in the town budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just follow on.
Oh, you have a follow-up, okay.
That sounds good. The actual downloading from Zoom and storing it locally and so on, the IT infrastructure for that and the knowledgeable people to do that, have you thought through that as well, Jeremy?
We have in general, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morse.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Sort of piggybacking on, Peter Morris, 45 Old Orchard Road. Piggybacking on the prior comment. My concern here is just if something breaks, does that mean the meeting has to cease? And as written right here, it says shall be recorded, which suggests that you can't have a meeting unless it is being recorded. So I guess I would be proposing an amendment to this language in section B of the section 7-2.1 that says all public meetings, public hearings, and work sessions, open paren, in-person, hybrid, or full remote, close paren, shall, if feasible, be recorded, both audio and video, to allow for, if the technology is not working, that the meeting can still go forward and be conducted.
So is that your motion to make that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so we have an amendment on the floor to add the words "if feasible" after the word "shall" in Article 24, proposed Article 24B. Do we have any further discussion of that amendment? Mr. Durensis. Can we turn on Mr. Durensis' mic? Okay.
Okay, I think we got it. Okay. Thanks to Marion's.
I didn't know you had the controls. I thought maybe it was upstairs.
The first point I want to make is that this is copied from another community. This isn't something that we just created out of whole cloth. The second point I'd make is that it's intended to ensure uniformity. Adding this amendment, the third point, adding this amendment is unnecessary because anytime there's a law and it's not possible to comply with, you're not required to do the impossible. But by adding the words, it potentially adds a subjectivity to it where someone decides, I'm not going to record this meeting because it's not feasible in the sense that my fingers may have to press some buttons and I'm tired. You get into this judgment area that just complicates things. Whereas this bylaw has stood the test of time in other communities and has not had that kind of challenge made to it. It's worked. So if it's not broken, I don't think we really need to fix it.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments? Mr. Lesser.
Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. What does this article mean if you forget to do a recording? Does that invalidate anything about the meeting or anything? Just sort of following up on the other thing.
Does anybody have an answer to that question?
It does not invalidate the meeting. Sorry. Want me to speak to it?
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't invalidate the meeting. The meeting is governed by open meeting law, all those requirements.
Okay. Then I'd be okay with it.
Okay, any further comments on this amendment? Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor, this, to add if feasible after shall in Article 24B, so it says shall, if feasible, be recorded. It takes a majority vote to amend the article, so please vote now. Okay, the amendment fails, and so now we have the principal motion that advisory made to take favorable action on the on Article 24. Is there any further discussion on the article? Okay, so we can vote on that article. Please vote now. Okay. The article passes. Now we have Article 25, town meeting quorum, and our town clerk, Jackie Morris, will now make a brief presentation.
Okay, I know that this is, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I know this is a lot of information, but basically we would like to lower the quorum to 50, and one of the reasons is because the moderator cannot start the meeting or any introductions. And many times we have had articles in the past that the total vote was less than 100. Fortunately, due to Mass General Law, the Select Board was able to vote to lower the quorum, so we didn't have any issues with voting on something where a quorum wasn't met. So just for an example, just even tonight, we've had 331 people check in, and the last vote was that I recorded, that I wrote down was 129. So you can see that we have people coming and going, and we have a lot of people that left. So one of the reasons that we'd like to lower the quorum is so that we can get all of the town's business done in one night. It doesn't mean that we're only going to have 50 people voting, but it just assures that we can start the meeting on time and that we can finish business as soon as possible. So many towns also larger than Sherborn actually have a quorum of 0 or 10. Due to the changes in Mass General Law, the quorum for the last few years has been 20, 50, 10, and then again the quorum was lowered to 50 for this one, and there's been no detrimental effects to the town. So the Select Board and all of us are asking that we please permanently lower the quorum to 50 to make sure that we are able to finish all the town's business and start things on time, etc. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sitchell, does the advisory have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move favorable action and that the town replace Chapter 70, Article 2, Section 5 of the town bylaw to change the quorum requirement for town meeting from 100 to 50 as described in the advisory report.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Does the Select Board have any comments?
Yes, Select Board voted support, and since it's the last article, it's a 5-0. Let's get ready to go.
Okay. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Andy Huntoon, 148 Farm Road. It's my understanding that this question or a similar question was on the warrant at the town meeting last year, and it was voted down. We had over 300 people in here tonight, and I find it a little bit concerning personally that this was placed last behind everything. Wasn't it? No. No. Well, either way, I think the job here should be to engage the public and get people to show up and do this and not to reduce the quorum requirements. I don't see how that is a encouragement of the democratic process, which is, I think, what we're trying to do here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Michael Newman, 16 Nason Hill Lane. The last fragment of this, which says, but a smaller number may adjourn to a stated date, time, and place, would allow 2 or 3 people to end up in a town meeting and have a legitimate town meeting. I move that that section, but a smaller number, be deleted from this amendment.
Okay, does somebody want to address the meaning of that phrase, Mr. Durensis?
Yes, just speaking as a lawyer. You have
making a motion? Okay.
If you adopt this amendment, you are really harming the town meeting process.
Paul, one moment. We didn't have a second yet on that motion. Is there a second on the motion? Okay, it's second. Keep going, Paul.
Right now, state law,
thank you,
before we have this issue before us, allows a town meeting, if it doesn't have a quorum, to find another meeting date. With this language, that means, with this amendment, that means the town meeting that doesn't have a quorum can't act, but cannot adjourn to another date. So what happens is that kills the town meeting. So once you lose a quorum, everything you've planned to do for that annual town meeting is over. This language, the last few words that they want to take out with this amendment, exists in the general laws and has been that way for many, many years, because the general court saw the necessity that when you lose a quorum, at least you should be able to adjourn the meeting to another time and place where you can get a quorum.
I'll withdraw my motion and change it to, but a smaller number is allowed to adjourn to a stated date.
Is there a second on that revised motion? Okay, there's no second on that. Yes, ma'am.
Alexander Frank, 62 Maple again. I just was wondering if the people who are in the minority report would speak up so we can get your insight.
What does she say?
For this?
Didn't hear that. I think she wanted to understand the reasons for the minority
report. I know that some people were not in favor of this, so I was wondering if those people could extrapolate on what their view was.
I can comment. Yeah, I'm against this. I think 50 is a ridiculously low threshold. It means that 26 people in a simple majority can raise your taxes or change a bylaw or do whatever we're doing here tonight. We're voting on a $35 million budget this year, and we're supposed to believe that late at night we're going to have 26 people determining our future. I think it also, to an earlier point, presents all sorts of opportunities for gamesmanship in terms of what articles are put where on the agenda. Things put late on the agenda have probably smaller numbers, but I see that there's still 130 people here, so I'm not really worried about keeping 100 as the quorum.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion on that? Amy?
May I just ask a question of town council?
Yes. Through me, and we can ask her.
Sorry, Addie Mae Weiss, 1 Jackson Road. Just looking at, I understand that the intent is to allow for a quorum of 50. I think everybody pretty much agrees, and it's been vetted and it's been discussed. But I just am asking about this question of the wording. Is there any way that, as it stands right now, written as a smaller number may adjourn, is there any way that someone could interpret that you could have, you can move to a new date and then restart the meeting with less than 50, right? The quorum continues to hold at 50. It's just the May allowing to adjourn only allows for that new date to be set, correct? Or do you have concerns with that word may versus this discussion that we're having about amending that?
That provision is very standard language in quorum bylaws regarding town meeting. It only allows less than a quorum to act to adjourn to a later date, at which time a quorum is needed to take any other action. The only thing less than a quorum is authorized to do is to reconvene the meeting at another date.
Can I add to that? Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Durancis.
The existing bylaw that we have already provides that language, and we've lived with it for a very long time. All we're doing with this change is changing the number from the number 100 to the number 50. The rest of these words is already in our bylaw, and we have had years of using that language without any issues.
Okay. All right. If there's no further questions, we'll call the vote on this.
On the amendment?
Well, there's no amendment on the floor. The amendment was withdrawn. The original amendment was withdrawn. A substitute amendment didn't receive a second, so we're back to the original motion. Okay, so this is on Article 25 to reduce town meeting quorum to 50 on the advisory's favorable motion. Please vote now. Okay, the motion fails. So the article fails. Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn? You have a motion.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to consider Article 9 on this.
Second. I'm sorry, I didn't say it again, please.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Article 9E on the Historical Commission. Do I have a second?
Can't. Can only reconsider once. It was. That's the one that was reconsidered. 9E. Can't. The motion's out of order. Can't reconsider twice.
So town council is advising that if it's been reconsidered once, it cannot be reconsidered twice. Is that?
I have another motion. I move to reconsider Article 11.
We have a motion on the floor to adjourn. And it was seconded. So we have to take a vote on that motion. So can we have I guess we need a vote on this, or just.
Could we?
Yeah, okay.
Could we use this? This is ridiculous. We're going to use this, okay?
We're going to use that. Okay, we're going to vote using our little things to adjourn here. The yes is a vote to adjourn now. No is a vote not to adjourn now. Please vote now.